Hello everybody and welcome to this course about Tailwind CSS. My name is Guillaume and today I'm going to introduce you to this amazing CSS framework made to create design for front-end application. I'm going to use Next.js during this course. However, you don't need to know anything about Next to follow every step of the course. It's the same for CSS. You don't necessarily need to know CSS to follow this course. However, it's recommended to have some basis. By the end of this entire demonstration, you will be able to use Tailwind CSS to create your own custom design system. Here is the program of our course. We are going to learn how to deal with color at first, because Tailwind CSS is providing to us a full set of colors that are very useful. Then we are going to see how to customize your design. Because yes, with Tailwind CSS, what is amazing is that there is a powerful engine of customization that helps you to customize everything. Then we are going to look at the typography, how to deal with text size and text fonts, the spaces and sizes of margin and padding. We are going to deal with flex and grids to create columns, for instance, or just to create containers. Then we are going to look at the layouts. And the layouts, it's something really important when we do front-end application. Sometimes we want to switch our styles. This is what we are going to see. Then we are going to look at the borders, the effects, filters, animation and transition. If you did CSS before, you should be familiar with these concepts. And of course, we will need to take a look at the core concept of Tailwind. Because if you want to work with Tailwind CSS, I think, this is my personal opinion, you need to understand the core concept to use it efficiently. Finally, we will finish by create our own design system. We will create together some buttons, some select element, entirely with Tailwind. Of course, we will not miss to see how we can implement the famous dark mode. Let's start right now. To follow this course, I created a Next.js 13 application, but you can also follow this course with Vue.js, Svelte.js, and any other front-end framework that you want, that you like, and use also Tailwind. It's not a problem. You can install Tailwind everywhere you want to do front-end, or either you want to do an HTML, a single HTML file, it's also working. When we go on tailwindcss.com, we quickly understand that Tailwind CSS is providing to us already CSS written. So basically here we got classes that we apply to an HTML file or UI element, whatever, and we see that the design is dynamically updated. So basically, the Tailwind CSS core team already write all the CSS we need and that we use most of the time to create elements. So we don't waste time on writing CSS. It's already here, so why not use it? So there are several ways to install Tailwind. So you can use the CLI provided by Tailwind itself. It's the tool that helps you to install everything. But me, I'm going to use one of the framework guides here with Next.js. As you see here, there is SvelteKit, Angular, Phoenix, Solid.js, Gatsby, whatever. It will work for you. Then we got also the CDN if you want to use it, for instance, in a single HTML file or for an email template or a plugin, whatever. You can use also Tailwind by importing the script. So I'm going to go on the framework guide, click on Next.js, even though I know that it's not really complete now because I'm using Next.js 13 and I will have to loop through my app folder. So I'm going to be here, and what I'm going to use is directly the installation here that we got, npm install -d Tailwind CSS. I'm going to stop all of this. Post CSS auto prefixer, it's really important. Then I'm going to get back here and I need to init my Tailwind CSS files because Tailwind CSS comes with configuration file. The force of Tailwind is that you can customize everything before pre-processing your CSS final style sheet. What does it mean? It means that here in my tailwind.config.js, I can do a lot of configuration on colors, spacing, typography, font family, whatever, that will help me to, on the fly, rebuild my CSS library and get my own customization available inside Tailwind. So I'm going to get back there. And in order to do so, I need to specify to Tailwind where to look at and where to get the files and to update them and pause them and see where are the classes that he can use. Actually, I'm going to get back on tailwind.config.js and we see here that my content array is empty. I need to put here pages and components. Because if you are using Next.js 12 or the version before the last version, which is the Next.js 13, you have the pages folder that contains tons of files with extension, JS, TypeScript, JS6, TS6, and components also that contains also files with extension. And basically there, Tailwind has to know that he has to look at this. However, here in Next.js 13, we have an app folder we want to look at. So I need to add this app there. Here in the documentation, it says Next.js 13 v10 plus project, but the documentation at the time I'm doing this video is not updated. So we need to say, look at the app folder, which is here. What I need to do is to go on my global.css file and add Tailwind. With the @decorator Tailwind, I will call Tailwind and say, please bring me something. And here it's base. Then we import components and utilities. We need all those elements to make Tailwind works inside our app. So in global.css, I remove the previous code that I have when I generate my Next.js 13 app, and I had my Tailwind there. Now down there, I got an example. I'm going to copy paste this piece of JS6 there, and instead of A, I'm going to just copy paste this hello world. Now I'm going to type yarn dev. I'm going to make my application running. I'm going to get back, and then when I update, I'm supposed to have Tailwind CSS loaded. It is working. And if I want to check if Tailwind has been imported, I go to my source tab in my console. On localhost here, I can go to next static, which is here, which is the build of my app. I go to CSS, and when I click on app.global.css, we see that I got Tailwind CSS running. One of the main core concepts of Tailwind CSS is utility classes. Basically, with HTML, what you will do, and using a traditional approach, for an element, you will first write HTML. And from parent to children, you will target this HTML element with classes. Then what you will do, you will write CSS, and this CSS will be related to your HTML element. So you will write one time CSS for one element. With Tailwind CSS, we got the same result way faster with a lighter code base because we are using utility classes. Utility classes, it's classes already provided by Tailwind CSS to give the same result but without writing any CSS. If you want to use Flexbox, padding, max width, margin, background color, border radius, width, height, flex, whatever, you can relate to the Tailwind CSS documentation and just add your classes this way. So you will ask me the question, Guillaume, why not to use inline style instead of having those classes? Well, Tailwind CSS has many advantages over inline style. First, you have a predefined design system provided by Tailwind, which means that from the start, if you don't want to create a design system, you can easily use the pre-existing design system. Then with Tailwind CSS, you can focus on responsive design from the start. So I give you an example. You are creating your application and you are adding your classes for the desktop tab and mobile. You can do it with responsive design at the same time, because Tailwind is providing to you breakpoint prefixes, and those breakpoint prefixes are simply media queries. Here we see that we've got a width by default, and we want to change this width by default when we reach the breakpoint prefix medium, which is 768 pixels. I can just add the modifier MD on front of it, and I will change the size when I will be on min width 768 pixels. Okay, and you can do the same with large, X large, etc., etc. So Tailwind CSS is very useful to work with responsive design immediately from the start. So you don't lose your time writing first the CSS for desktop, then writing the CSS for responsive. I was talking about modifiers, but modifiers also work for hover, focus, and all other elements that you can have in CSS. Let's give an example. Here I got a button, and when I pass my mouse on it, we see that the color is changing, okay? This is because I use the utility classes with a modifier hover. And with the modifier hover, I can say change your color. It's also working with focus and active, and it's also working with elements like last, odd, and even, okay? Here we've got the example. We can just change the behavior on when we want to target the first, last element, etc., etc. It's also working with before and after pseudo element. Yes, Tailwind work with pseudo element, and we can also target, for instance, the placeholder if you want to put them in italic, the list markers, that's an example, or the highlight text. Here I want to change the color of my highlight text. I can do it with Tailwind simply with the modifier selection. The responsive breakpoints help us to work with that, because you can stack actually the modifiers and the utility classes, which is very useful. But another topic where Tailwind CSS is amazing, it's its dark mode. With Tailwind CSS, you can add what we call the prefers color schema. You can add several different color schema to your Tailwind theme, and you can use, of course, the dark mode. Here we've got an example. We can say that in dark mode, I want to change the color background, and I just had a dark on top of it, okay? And that's amazing because Tailwind CSS really hacked this thing of having a dark mode into your application or website. Personally, I use it all the time. However, the real force for me of Tailwind CSS, it's its customization system. With Tailwind CSS, you can customize all of it, all your framework. Actually, you can customize your theme through a tailwind.config.js file. Because Tailwind is like an engine that will understand what sizes, what colors, what font family, what borders you want to use, and it will build on the fly on its basis classes the class that you need. Let me give you an example. On your tailwind.config.js, you will have a theme object which will contain the screen size, so the breakpoints that we saw before, but also the colors, the font family. And if you want to keep the basis of Tailwind and right on top of it, you can use extend. And in extend, just rewrite what you just want to write again. But if you want to create your own theme, which is cool, is that with the colors, you can say, hey, if there is no blue color, add this blue color, and this is the code of the color. And the engine of Tailwind will dynamically create for you the background, the text color, the borders, everything that is related to colors. And then you will just have later to type text blue, BG blue, border blue, etc., etc. How amazing is this? And since I have started to use Tailwind and use its customization system, I cannot work without. Of course, you can go way deeper into the customization, because with Tailwind CSS, you can just reuse your style. So here we've got an example. Here we are targeting the layer base after importing Tailwind, and we can apply with the decorator at and apply the directive, we can say, hey, I want to create a class, but I want that this class is using an existing Tailwind class. You can do it with apply, okay? You can go deeper by creating also your component directly and using the directive and function theme. This directive and function theme is helping you to target directly the basis of Tailwind and say, hey, I want the reference of the colors, and in the colors, I want the white color. And that's sometimes very, very useful. It helps you actually to add your custom utilities, and it helps you to add your custom classes. Most of the time, you see that you are using the same classes and stuff, and you would like to gather them into some class. It's possible with apply, but also you could create a class with apply and calling all the base that you need from Tailwind, plus adding your own CSS. So you can stack the base of Tailwind plus your custom element and your custom design. If you want to go deeper into the customization of Tailwind, you have also the option of writing plugins in JavaScript that will help you to basically change your base or change your component and utilities provided by Tailwind. All right. Here we've got a quick example on how I can change all the H1 of my base, my components there, and utilities down there. That's an example on how far you can go to write CSS with Tailwind and how far you can customize it. Let's start by the colors. Tailwind CSS give us a big palette since the beginning. So we can start with these colors already provided by Tailwind. And which is cool here, it's that we've got, for instance, this slate color there, and we've got different gradients, okay? And it's the same for every color down there. So let's say that we would like to use, for instance, this green color there, okay? What I can do is back in my app, and I'm going to get back in the piece of code I just pasted, okay? I got here some classes, okay? Here, text minus 3XL, actually, it's a class related to the size. Then we've got font bold, it's really easy to understand. It's a class related to the weight of the actual string. Then we got underline. Let's remove all of this, okay? And let's start by an empty class for this piece of string. So there, we get back to the app, and we've got hello world just written in here. So I think I'm going to zoom in. There we go, hello world. And let's say that we want to apply this green color. Well, normally, what we would do is we would create a CSS class called .green, and we would put the code color, the X color there inside our class. But what we can do with Tailwind, because it's already written for us, we can go here and type text. Text means that we call the variable text, which is inside Tailwind, and it is waiting for an action to be done. So we are going to put a minus or dash, and then here what we can do is put the color we want. So I'm going to type green. I'm using the IntelliSense extension of VS Code. So basically, it's really important, if you want to use Tailwind CSS in VS Code, please use IntelliSense extension. So you type IntelliSense there, and I'm going to open this. Down there, here, I got Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension help us to autocomplete, to lint, to correct our Tailwind CSS code written inside our VS Code. So here I got nothing that is showing because text green doesn't mean anything for Tailwind, which means that here I gotta put another information to tell him which kind of color I want to use. Do I want to use the 50, the 100, the 200, the 300, the 400, the 500? Which one do I need to use? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to need to use the 600. So I'm going to get back on my app and put a text green minus 600. Sorry, it copied the code. And here, look, IntelliSense understood that I want to use the text green 600, and so it shows to me this little square there with the color. So I'm going to get back in there, and when I update, the color has been applied. And let's just inspect this element and look what is in our console. So I'm going to move because here you don't see it. I'm just in front of it. Here we've got the color there with something really weird for real beginners, the RGB code with the variable TW text opacity. What is that? Text green 600 is a CSS class that comes from app.globals, app_globals CSS. And if I click on it, look at it, I'm back inside my Tailwind CSS main file. It's full of content, and at the end of this content, a new class has been created, text green 600, which is really cool because if you understand well, back in there, in the color palette, we've got several classes there that exist, that are provided by green. But actually, we got only 600. So it means that Tailwind only creates and picks the code it needs to run. It doesn't add every color if you don't use them. It's just adding the color you need. And we can make the test there by creating, for instance, let's create a div. Let's create another title, but with a different color. And here, for instance, I think we got yellow, and there we go. We see that we got yellow. And when I get back, I'm going to close this. I update, and look at this. Down there, we've got text yellow 600 that has been added. And that's what is really cool with Tailwind. Tailwind is going to create the classes it only needs, which means at the end you will not have a big CSS file that you don't use or you only use 10%. You will use 100% that is provided in here and all the main stuff that you really need. So this was for the text color, but let's say that we want to put a background, which is amazing with Tailwind. It's that it always works the same way. Instead of having text green 600, let's say that we want to have, for instance, BG green 600, which means BG for background. And then we are going to put a text white there because we want to have a text white. BG, this entry here, is telling to my H1 to apply a background of what? Green 600. And I'm going to get back there, I'm going to update, and look at that. There we go, we've got our background. How amazing is that? It's really easy to understand, and that's what I like about Tailwind CSS, is that you can really switch from some classes that you will use for the colors, the text, the grid that we will see later, really easily, because once you understand this, Tailwind CSS is really easy to handle. Let's say now that instead of having this background green, we want to have a border, and it really happens often. So I'm going to remove all of this, and if I type border and I get back and I update, there we go, we see that we got a border, and this random border has been applied directly from Tailwind. So let's say that this border, we want it to be thicker. What we can do is put a dash, and we are not going to use 50 or 100 or whatever. We are just going to use the size of the pixel. So here, let's say that we want to have 6 pixels. If I type border 6, when I update, it doesn't apply. Why? So let's go to the documentation and let's type border. And let's look at the border. And which is cool with the Tailwind documentation, it's that down there, we've got the classes that are provided directly by Tailwind. And we have some sizes already made there. So I can only use 0, 2, 4, 8, or just 1. And if I want to use other borders, if I don't want to have border that takes all, I can use -R, we're going to see that just after, -L for left, minus bottom, B for bottom, etc., etc. So I'm going to get back there and put a -4, get back, and when I update, there we go, I got my border there. But remember, we want our border to be green. So I'm going to get back there and type border green and look at that. IntelliSense is grabbing all the colors that we've got. So I'm going to type colors there. All the colors that we've got here directly inside my VS Code. So I'm going to type 600, I'm going to save, and I'm going to update, and the border green has been applied. Okay, that's cool. But let's see now how can we deal with custom colors. So I'm going to go on Google there, and I'm going to type color picker, and I'm going to take a random green, okay? Let's say that I want to have this particular green there, and I got the code down there on the X. How can I do to say to Tailwind to use this color? What I can do is customizing my color. So I'm going to click here on using customize color. And here we see that we have to go on tailwind.config.js file. So I'm going to get back there and I go to tailwind.config.js file. And this is where all the customization magic happens. So what I can do is enter my theme. So I got a theme that is open and I already got extended. Okay, extend, sorry. So extend here will be used later to improve the actual model. But if I want to put a new color there, what I can do is, let's say that here I got my Vue.js. Oh, I'm on next, but I'm going to use, let's say that I'm going to add a new color. So I'm going to type colors there. And I'm going to type my Vue.js green color, okay? And here what I can do is putting directly my color there. And don't need to do that actually. There we go. Now I got Vue.js as a color available. And when I get back to my app, this is what happens. I don't got the old colors anymore. Why? Because I overwrite the colors from the theme there. So I overwrite my colors, and there are two solutions to that. I can either re-import the colors from the Tailwind, the main Tailwind node modules that I already got. Otherwise, I need to put those colors into extend, because extend is the option to say, okay, I keep the original Tailwind library, but I want to add this on top of it. So I can take colors there, go to extend and put my colors inside of it instead of having on the top of theme. And when I get back, I got my colors back. So what I can do here directly is to go inside my app folder there and go to my page. And instead of having this text yellow 600, I'm going to put text Vue.js. And here, look, IntelliSense understood that we want this green color. And when I update, I got my own color. So this is how it works to get the customization colors that we need. And of course, inside this Vue.js, we could do the same as Tailwind. We could say that 100 is this color, okay? But we could say, for instance, that 932 is another color. Let's say, there we go. Let's say it's this one. And when I will use that there, I can do text Vue.js 100 with this color. And also I can use the other color with my own key that I created inside my extend there. On the official documentation of Tailwind, on the customization side, we see that we can configure the customization. We can also customize the content, our themes, the screens, the colors, the spacing. We can add plugins and presets. And if we start by the main file of Tailwind, which is tailwind.config.js, we see down there that we can configure the colors, the font family, but also the spacing, the border radius, etc., etc. Tailwind CSS is using classes to refer to CSS, and this CSS is actually generated on the fly. So on the tailwind.config.js file, you can write as keys of these objects, you can write classes. And those classes will inherit from the value of this key. And sometimes this value can be strings, numbers, or objects, or array. As we see down here on font family, we have a font that is added, which is graphic, and then we've got sans serif. So we see that sans serif would be the second argument of font family. Basically here, font family sans with graphic and sans serif will make for us a font family semicolon graphic sans serif. Okay? Nothing really special there. But which is cool is that you can also customize the spacing. So the spacing with Tailwind CSS, and it's a very important concept, help us to deal with the padding, the margin, the width, the height, etc., etc. So we see there that immediately we can say that the spacing that we are looking for can be defined there as pixels, rem, or any other unit. Here we've got the example of a team that specify the size of, for instance, our screens. I want to put a certain size on the sentence, okay? So I'm going to put text dash to say that I want this text to be text LG. What happens if I put another size? Here we see that my code editor already corrected me. We got two different sizes and there is a conflict. What I can do with Tailwind is that I can say that I want to have text SM, but when I'm on LG, so when I'm on a large screen, semicolon, I want to have text LG, okay? So here, text SM will be applied to all the sizes of the screen that are lower to LG. And if I go to my tailwind.config.js, I can add the example that I have there on my team. So I'm going to take this screens, okay, on my team, and I'm going to add it, and I'm going to save. Tailwind CSS understand that all those size have a limit, a media query limit of this value every time. To make a big difference on that, what I'm going to do is to expand the size. So I'm going to have text XX, and here I'm going to put text 3XL. And so there's a moment when I'm going to switch, and there we go. I'm going to get back there, and I'm going to move again, and look here up there, you get the size, okay, of the screen, the current screen. So we see that I'm moving the size, and when I pass the limit, which is 976, okay, 176, we see that my text is changing. This is because LG has been defined there as 976. Let's give another example. Now, let's say that on MD, I'm going to put an alternative, and here I want to have a text LG. And let's say that on small, I'm going to have a text base, okay? I'm going to save this. I'm going to pass step by step to all those sizes. I'm going to get back, and I'm going to get back there. And please have a look in here on the size. And when I lower the size, okay, little by little, I'm going to pass from a size to another one. And look here, it's really easy to see. We change the size dynamically. It's also working for colors. It's also working for font family. And this is something really useful. Instead of having JavaScript function that help us to change classes, attribute, whatever, we can use Tailwind for that. Here on the documentation, we see that the behavior can change there when we specify a width. And of course, those widths are provided by Tailwind, but you can change them, customize them if you want to or if you need to. It's exactly the same for spacing. On spacing here, you can specify that some elements there can have a specific spacing, all right? And those numbers, specific numbers, they are used So if I go here and I put my spacing, object there with this spacing would be applied to all classes that are calling as an argument the spacing. Here we got 2 sentences and we want to put some space under the first sentence. When I go to my page, I apply a margin bottom of 1. To understand how to add margin, padding, and spaces, please refer to the video Spaces. In my tailwind.config.js, I said that the spacing 1 that I applied here as an argument of the class is 8 pixels. But just for the example, let's put 100 pixels and let's get back to our application and updating. And here we see that now the spacing with 1 is of 100 pixels. So you can build your entire system of spacing with Tailwind. And this is really amazing because Tailwind is by nature providing already made spacing grid, but actually if you have a different vision and if the design system that has been given to you by a graphic designer, for instance, is different from Tailwind, actually you can build a new design system directly there with your own spacing, way deeper into the customization possibilities. With Tailwind, you can create what we call plugins. And plugins, it's some kind of helpers that helps you to create style sheets with JavaScript. So it can be useful in many situations. If you want to create some elements such as utilities, such as components, match component, add base, add variants. Let's say that you want to go way deeper into the work of a front-end developer and create really specific design. You would need to create what we call a plugin. What are arbitrary values? Well, it's values that you can directly inject into the CSS class that you got there. So let's take an example. Let's take this background color there, which is not part of my customization file, okay? I just put that, and we see that IntelliSense already recognized the color, okay? And when I save and I get back to the app, there we go, my color has been applied. So these arbitrary values are values that you use not necessarily everywhere, but you set up directly inside the current CSS class there. And that's what is cool with Tailwind. We can also build on the fly like this without registering all the values that we want to customize inside tailwind.config.js. We can build our design system like this, directly inline, what we call inline style, directly into the HTML. Using Tailwind CSS is amazing because it provides to us a lot of classes already written CSS that we can use. But do we really need to never write CSS? Sometimes we do. We need to write CSS. Tailwind is providing to us a directive called layer. So when I go to my global.css file, and I'm going to close all of this to be clear, there we go. We can apply layer, okay? Layer is a directive that helps us to write CSS for a certain scope. Up there, we imported actually Tailwind already. So layer here is available there. And down there, we see that layer, okay, can add style to Tailwind base, component, and utilities. And remember, base, component, and utilities are on the top, they are imported. And I can overwrite here by typing layer base. That I want to have, we could do there, background color, yes. And let's put, for instance, lime. All right. If I get back to my app, what's going to happen? I go here, I update, and there we go. We've got the color that has been applied there. Instead of writing this, I can use apply directive, help me to call the classes that are provided by Tailwind. So here we see that I have an apply text to Excel, but let's say that we want to do apply BG, and let's say BG, let's put a gray slate, there we go. And I'm going to say like this. I'm going to get back there and remove this class that I had previously, removing it. And there we go. I get back, I update, and what's gonna happen is that I have my background in gray. So what happened here is that I can call as much as I want Tailwind classes. So I can call text white, for instance, and there we go. So here at the beginning of a project, I should go to tailwind.config.js, adding all my classes, spaces, typography. And when I want to do really custom CSS, I can go back on my global.css and apply my class there. The force of Tailwind for me, it's using this apply directive. What we can do, we can chain actually. We can chain the classes there. So we earn visibility, time, and our code is more clear, more easy to understand. And I'm going to do a text LG. So I think text LG, yeah, text LG and font bold. All right. So when I get back, there we go, my style has been applied. Another function that I should mention here is that you can use multiple CSS files, and by that you can mention them in your post CSS import. If you don't want to write CSS, you can focus on writing plugins. So as I told you, plugins are JavaScript functions, basically, that will help you to write CSS by JavaScript. You can find it here on writing plugins on the official documentation. We can see that we have several elements that can help us to change the font or text inside our application. Of course, the team core of Tailwind thought about everything concerning typography. In my Next.js application, I have different type of tag elements there. I have an H1 for the first title, I have an H2, an H3, and then I have several paragraphs. And the first thing that we can notice is that Tailwind CSS doesn't apply the regular styling of the title with the tags H1, H2, H3. Those titles were supposed to be in bold and with a higher font size. And here with Tailwind, it's totally reset. So basically what we would need to do is to change at first the size. And how can we change the size with Tailwind? By using text minus or dash and the size we want to have. So let's try. Let's apply those classes and let's see what's going to happen. So I'm going to take the first class, TextXS, that gives a font size of 0.75 rem, so 12 pixels. I'm going to take it, I'm going to get back there, and down there we see that I've already created a class called not, okay? We will see that later. But I'm going to add TextXS, okay? And my code editor in IntelliSense already changed the order of the class. So now I add TextXS on this little note. Back into my application, when I update, we see that the size of the last paragraph changed. And it changed for a smaller size. So when I inspect and I go there, we see that the font size is now 0.75 rem. So Tailwind is providing to us many different font sizes class that we can use. And let's go gradiently. So here I'm going to get back, add my class name there, which is text small, which is supposed to be bigger than the text XS. I'm going to update, and there we go. And for the regular font size of Tailwind, we add text base there. So I'm going to take text base there, this way, there we go. And there we go. So we've got now the regular paragraph that stays on the same size. The first three titles still stay at a certain font size, so here we can 1 rem, but if I go there, we see that, let's go on computed, that the font size is still 16 pixels. So what I can do is to use text LG, but basically by experience on Tailwind to use the size of some titles, we will use text XL. So I'm going to get a bigger size, and on the text free there, I will add my text XL there. And we see that the title is bigger, and when I go here, I look at it, I'm on 20 pixels. On top of XL, we can add a number, okay? There is no text XXL. With Tailwind, you will have to add a number on front of the XL there. And it goes to 9. So let's take the latest and see what is the size of 9XL. And we will see it will be big. And let's say that here it's going to be text 2XL. So we've got 3 titles here, and those titles having different sizes. So 9XLs, and there's a gap between the 2 and the 9 there. So I'm going to get back, update, and suddenly we have this big title there. So you understand that there's a limit, and actually I'm going to get back on 100%. We understand that there's a bigger limit that has been crossed between the first title and the second title there. All right. So basically, you would not have this kind of gap in terms of design because it's too much. What you need to do is trying to stay in the same in the same range of the sizes. Okay. And there we go. When we update, there we go. That's we have. So for the font sizes, it's very interesting, okay? We see here that we can change the font size as we want. And of course, we can customize our font sizes. So let's try to configure, to customize our font size. So I gotta go on theme and I'm gonna add font size. So back in my tailwind.config.js, I'm going to type font size and open an object. And what do I have? I have a text base, which is there. And right now, the text base is 1 rem. 1 rem, it corresponds to 16 pixels. So let's say that I don't want to have 16 pixels, but instead 18 pixels. Okay? So I'm saving this term to base 18 pixels. Here, I got a text base, which is there. I'm going to unzoom a little bit. And right now, it's supposed to be 16 pixels. Okay? I'm going to put it at 18 pixels. All right, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to zoom again. There we go. And updating. And what's happening there? My title lost their sizes. And just my paragraph there has been updated. So as you see, if you try to change the font sizes by default in the theme there, you will remove the other sizes. So you will have to manually change every size you are using. So let's take, for instance, text. We've got SM, okay? So SM is there. And I'm going to say that SM would be 15 pixels and XS would be 12 pixels. Okay? There we go. I'm going to get back and we see that it changed, all right? And we can do the same for the values on the top also. So if you don't want to overwrite those font sizes, what you can do is taking them and put them into your extend. Extend will keep, of course, the initial configuration, and we just want to write on top of Tailwind. So when I update, you see here that what only changed, it's the value I used. So here we got 18 pixels there instead of 16. All right, that's great. But what about the font family? If I want to use certain font family, Tailwind CSS is offering to us the option to customize our fonts. Okay, but also Tailwind CSS provides to us basic font classes that if you are on different devices, you want to keep your font secure. But what if I want to import my own font? And let's go on Google Fonts. And let's say that I want to import a special font. So here I got a font selected, Inter. If you want to look for a font, of course, you can go click here and take any font and add it to your review there. What if I want to import this font inter? I can go here, so I'm going to put that there. I'm going to click here and import my fonts, okay? I'm going to copy paste this, get back, and go to my global.css. Is always to import always your font there on the top. Then what I'm going to do, getting back there, I'm going to copy paste the CSS rule to specify the font family that I want to use. And remember there, we still have our layer base, which is used to act on layers that we use inside Tailwind. And on my HTML, what I can do is simply apply my font inter. And when I get back and I update, and I'm going to look at it, okay, what's gonna happen? Here I got inter as a font. So this is how you use custom font with Tailwind CSS. If you want to have smoothing on fonts, you can use also the class anti-initialize and sub-pixel anti-initialize. It gives something, you see, maybe we have to zoom to see the difference. We see that our fonts are a bit thicker or thinner. It depends on the class you are using. About font styling, it's exactly the same. You have classes for italic, not italic, okay? You have also text decoration there with underline, overline. So if I go here and I get back on my first title, let's say that I want it to be italic, I can type italic. And when I update, there we go, we've got the title in italic. If I want it underline, I can type underline and suddenly I got an underline. I can have a line through also, which is useful when you create some kind of to-do list that when you click, it's passed on the status done. So you can put a line through like this. Otherwise, you can have also an overline. So as you see down there, we got an example, but we can just put it in there. We've got an overline there. I don't know why we would use that, but it can be useful also. And which is really cool with that text decoration, it's that with Tailwind CSS, you can act on the color, the thickness, the style of this underline. So if we go there, we see that we've got some examples. You can change the color of the underline, and that's really cool. So here I'm going to change the color just to show it to you. Let's say that we want our underline to be red. So I'm going to get back there and put underline and text decoration red 800. Okay, I got red 800. So 800 is maybe too much. What I'm going to put is 500. And there we go. We're going to have, yeah, it's better. And this is how you can change the color. This is really cool. But you can also change the style. And I find it really, really funny. If you want to have a double decoration, you can use decoration double. So here I'm going to get back, decoration double, I update, and suddenly I got two lines. I can use dotted also, so dotted, it will put dots instead of a regular line. And the one that I like a lot, it's wave. Wave, I found it really, really nice. So yeah, decoration, wavy, sorry. I put wave, but it's wavy. There we go, I'm going to update. We've got a wavy decoration. And by the time, if you wanted to do some kind of wave like this, most of the people would use the pseudo element after and put some kind of image. With Tailwind CSS, it's really easy. You just have to put those classes. What you can do also is work on the decoration thickness. So if you want to have a very pronounced underline, I'm going to take decoration 8. I'm going to get back there and put decoration 8. Look at that, I get something really big. And the problem is that it takes a lot of size, and that's not what we want. So we can work also on the offset, and I think I'm going to get back there and just put a decoration one because it's too much. There we go. And let's say that I want to put an offset, so I have to use underline offset 8. And what's gonna happen is that it's going to create space between the line of my text and the top of the underline. So as you see here, I use a very big value, but if I can use underline offset 4, I got something that look nicer. And just let's take that and put it in instead on a description. I think it's better. So here we got a regular paragraph, and I'm going to put it there because most of the time those underlines we will use them inside paragraph. There we go. We see that here the G is almost touching the underline, and that's not what we want. So we can augment the offset. So when I update, we don't have 5, I think. Yes, 8. There we go. So I have to put an 8 instead of a 4. Yeah, we got something really bigger. And the thing is that here, what we would like to have is a higher underline, okay? A higher underline. So what I need to do is to go actually on the line 8. And with Tailwind CSS, we can deal with line 8. So as you see here, we got a leading class with a number 3, 4, 5 that make our line 8 bigger. And at the end, you got also classes, regular classes that shows that you can use several sizes that are what we call regular sizes of line 8. Those regular sizes, they are based on the number 1, 1.2, 1.3, okay? And it's a regular element to size, actually, the 8. Here, the leading 3, 4, 5, 6, they are based on rem or pixels. So I don't think it's really useful. It's preferably for me to use those leading there. So I'm going to use leading normal on my paragraph. Okay, I'm going to get back there. Leading normal, updating, and here we see it doesn't change because basically the line 8 that I already have there, I'm going to go on the style and I'm going to show it to you this way. I'm going to go there. The line 8 that I have already is not very accessible, okay? So where is it? Leading normal, we got it in here. Let's just check together which is the line 8 we would have to get. So I got a line 8 there, and if I put 1, we see that my line is on the top of the next paragraph, and we don't want that. If we put 2, it's better, but suddenly I understand that my offset is too big. I have to get back on my offset, so I'm going to put 4. And maybe, yeah, it's better. So suddenly we see that we got space to breathe between that, and that's better. And what is the leading loose? Leading loose is the line 8 2, okay? So I'm going to update and put my leading loose there. I'm going to save, get back, and there we go. I got something bigger. The problem is that later on a real paragraph, it will put a lot of 8. So the best thing is always to stay on normal or preferably on snug. Instead of having a there, I'm going to put a with lowercase and get back. And here we see that my a is lowercase. The basic reflex that you could have is to use capitalize. It's to capitalize all your text. And that's a problem because it will capitalize not only the first letter here, but the first letter of every word of the sentence. So if I get here and I put my capitalized class there and I update, we see that R of regular and P of paragraph have been capitalized. That could be a problem. So if you want to capitalize a whole text, you can do it. Otherwise, you would have to create some kind of middleware for the string to a function that will take the string and just capitalize the first letter with a span. Otherwise, the other thing is that if you want to lowercase, what you can do is using lowercase. So I'm going to remove all of this because you will not read very well. If I put lowercase, what's going to happen is that even if I put a bigger A, I will have a lowercase on every char character of the sentence. And the last one that I like a lot, because normal case is just the normal case, is the uppercase. Let's say that you want to have all the sentence on uppercase. There we go, it puts all the sentence on uppercase. Let's talk about the text overflow now. Sometimes we want to shorten, okay, we want to shorten the text we have, and we often create functions to do it with a substring. Basically here we can use truncate. So I don't have a very good example there, but I'm going to just put a paragraph with a long sentence. So this is a long sentence with a lot of words to explain that truncate will truncate my sentence. All right, I could have put a lorem ipsum, but I think it's better to do. What we see is that my text is going to the line automatically there. And if I put the class truncate, okay, class name truncate, all right, what's gonna happen is that basically on the end of my HTML element, it will not go to the line. It will not wrap. That's what we call wrap. What's gonna happen there is that truncate, it's going to create a white space with no wrap, which means that we don't want our sentence to break, and the overflow will be hidden, okay? So here it's not very nice, but let's say that we would have a div with a style width of 200 pixels, and I'm going to put that between yes, as a string, and there we go. We got here the truncate that works at the end of our div, and if I go here and I look at it, before the end of my div of 200 pixels, it's substring, yes, my sentence, and just cut it to do truncate. Okay for truncate, but ellipsis here happens when you have a big text and a big word and you want your big word to be truncate. You can use the class text ellipsis. For the clip, it's different. It will not wrap your word, your long word, but it will just cut it. Just take it on overflow hidden when you add overflow hidden to text clip. Text overflow help us to deal with words. White space help us to deal with words, spaces, and if you want to wrap or not your lines. Basically, white space normal makes that it will have a normal behavior. No wrap will help us to not wrap our text. So here we've got an example. We got a long sentence and it doesn't wrap. So I'm going to get back there and remove this style here that I got and remove also this thing. So I'm going to type class name and then I'm going to use white space wrap, okay? The class that we have. Sorry, white space no wrap. So I got my text, which is there. I'm going to use white space no wrap and I'm going to update and we see that my text doesn't wrap. And I can have an overflow here to scroll from the left to the right, okay? It doesn't wrap. So it goes out of your screen or your limits, depending on what spaces and what limits you define. But yeah, white space no wrap is used for that. Also, what you got is to use white space pre. It's to preserve new line and spaces within an element. So sometimes you have spaces or lines that you want to keep. You use white space pre. And also what you can do, you can use white space pre-line, which means that you will get, every time you get a space, a line there. You get pre-wrap, you got a lot of other options that you can use there. Yeah, basically white space pre-wrap and no wrap are the most used. Let's finish by the word break. In Tailwindcss, you can deal with word breaking with those 4 classes there. So let's say that you have a very long word and you don't want to break it. You can use break normal, it won't break your word. So let's try to use this example that we got there. So I'm going to remove that. And there we go. Let's put a very long word just there. And let's take the word of the word used by the Tailwindcss documentation. So we got it here, and basically what's happening is that my word is going to the line and disappear there, okay? So if we want that, we just let it like this or use break normal. But if we want to break the words, if they are too big, we can use break words. So I'm going to add this class there, break words. And when I update, automatically my big words went to the line because I really zoomed. But if I move my screen this way, and I arrive to the word, and here the word have no other escape from the size, look, it will go to the line directly. So to do that, you use the break word class, okay? Otherwise, if you want to break all the words, you can use break all that we got there. So I'm going to get back and use break all. And break all will just fit to the content. So there we see that the big word that we got stayed on the first line and automatically broke. So I go there and look at this, and it's going to move line by line because I have the break all class. Let's start with padding. In Tailwindcss, we got classes that help us to deal with padding. And those classes starts by P. P for padding. Then we've got a minus and we've got a number exactly with the sizes we saw before. The number is representing actually the size you want to select. And here we got some example of P minus 0, which represent a padding of 0. But before we talk about padding, it's better to give a definition. Padding is it's the space inside an element between this element and its border. And it's really important to understand the difference between padding and margin. Padding concerns space inside the element, while margin concerns space outside the element. So if you want to put some space inside an element, you are going to use padding. And Tailwindcss provide to us many classes that we can use to create padding. But sometimes you want to put padding only on the left, only on the right, on top, or on the bottom. With Tailwindcss, we can deal with that because it provides classes for top, right, bottom, or left. And here I'm going to zoom a bit. Here we got example. When you want to put a padding top, you use PT0. When you want to use padding right, you use PR0, PB for bottom, PL, etc., etc. So I got my app that is running there, and I just got a hello there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a new class, and I'm going to put a background. Okay, this background will be BG red, and I don't think that BG red will work because I will have to put, of course, the weight of the color. And when I update, there we go. I got my element here that is in red. I'm going to put text white and a bit of bold on the font. And when I update, there we go, I got my text there. So if I want to put padding inside this red line there, what I just have to do is to type P minus, and here let's try with P minus 1. And what this class is going to do is to add some space everywhere inside my red box. And when I pass my mouse on it, and here on the selector that we got there, we see that we have padding inside the red box. So we see that 1 corresponds to 4. So let's get back in the official documentation and let's go down to P1. And we see here that we've got the description P1 correspond to 4 pixels. If I get to another number, like let's say that P4, for instance, and I update, look at that. Now we got more space. Okay, so all of this is a question on what space do you want to put on all your box this way. All right, so now let's see that. So we got 16 pixels right now everywhere, and if you pass your mouse there, you see that inside my red box I got this orange square, okay? Actually this orange big border which represent the padding, sorry. And I have this inside this part that is not concerned by the padding, which contains hello. Let's say that now I just want to have, okay, padding only on the left. What I would do is to put here, just after the P and before the minus, L. L for left. It's really easy to understand. And when I get back and I update, we see that now my padding has been added only here on the left. It would be the same for the right. For the right, I would put a R, PR4. And here, we're not going to see a big difference there. But if I put my mouse there, we see that we got on the top, if you see it, on the top right, this little square orange that shows that we got 16 pixels of padding. Now, for the top, it's the same. It's a T. Okay, so I'm going to update, and there we go. I got 4, actually 4, it's the unit, but it's 16 pixel. I got 6 pixel on the top, and B, okay, B for bottom. And there we go. I got also here 16 pixel on the bottom. For the margin, it's going to work exactly the same. We will have just instead M, then we will have T for top, B for bottom, etc., etc. Now, let's say that we want to have just the padding on top and bottom and not on left and right. What we're going to use is Y. Y for the axis Y, simply. So when I'm going to update, we see there that I got just the padding on top and padding on the bottom. For not vertical but horizontal, I'm going to use X. And when I update there, I got my padding on the left and on the right. It's really easy to understand, all right? It's really, really easy. And here on the official documentation, you got, of course, all the sizes that are available. And those sizes of padding, we will see it later in this lesson, we will be able to change them. Of course, we will be able to customize them. Now that we saw the padding, we have to see the margin. And for the margin, it's exactly the same. The only difference is that actually it's going to be an M on the top of it, on the start of it, sorry. So if I put M4 there, what I'm going to have is a space outside. And of course, outside of my box, I'm not into a background red 500, I think I put. Yes, I don't get the color background red 500. So I put actually, and here we're gonna see it again, as you see, margin around my box. So let's just get down there and let's create a new div. And actually what we're gonna do is to put this box there. So box, okay, box with margin, all right? And I'm going to save this. Then down there, I'm going just to put, to see difference, box with padding, okay? And one is going to be blue, the box with margin, and the padding will be red. So I'm going to update, and there we go. We see the difference. The margin, it's outside of your box, and the padding is there. And of course, it's exactly the same. So if I want to put a margin on top and on bottom only, and not on the left, on the right, I put Y. Otherwise, I put X. So I'm going to update. I got X there, okay? And of course, if I just want to have margin on the bottom, which happens often with titles, I put, okay, MB, or otherwise I could put MT, MR, M left, etc., etc. Let's take an example right now. Let's say that instead of having a div, we would have an H1. So this is my title, okay? And down there, I will have a paragraph. This is my paragraph, all right? So there I would remove this M, I would remove this background because it's useless, and exactly the same for the text Y, just gonna let my font bold. Okay, so I go down. Here we see that I got a title, and I'm going maybe to put a bit of 8 on this title. So text to XL. What I would like to have is more space, okay, between those two elements. Even if the line 8 is already enough, okay, I already have an enough line 8. But if I want to put some space, what I could use is padding. But padding here, and let's take that on a padding bottom, we would have a 4 value. We will add 4 in terms of unit. There we go. The thing is that here I'm putting space inside as green, inside my title. And you can do it, but it would be better if instead of a padding inside, we would put instead a margin bottom of 4, okay? Margin, it's better because you push from the outside. So for whatever reason, you would like to have your entire title on the 8 like this. And yeah, there we go. But here we see that we got space outside, but it's too much. We got too much space. So this is another thing with spacing. You got to be careful because sometimes you're going to use some values and you will see that your design is disproportionate, which means that all the sizes are not really coherent. There will be no logic if you use two different sizes everywhere for a lot of elements. Also, you can use negative values. So here we've got an example, and I'm just going to copy paste this example because we got it in here. All right, so I got those two elements there. I got one square, which is up there, and then I got this other div down there. And what I can do also is using negative values. And actually, we're going to change the color because here it's going to be more clear. Let's say that we got a blue one and down there we got a red one. If I want it to be inside of it, what I can do is to play on the sizes, okay? So here I would do minus in top of the value I want to put, either padding or margin. And here I'm going to put margin, and let's say that I want it to be on the top. So on top, I want to have a margin negative top. And when I get back and I update, suddenly my div, which is supposed to be just after the first div, is entering the first div because I used a negative margin. So sometimes you may need to have negative value. You can use this minus before the classes that you are going to use to move this element. When we talk about spacing, of course, we talk also about space between elements. And with Tailwind, we can use also classes related to space between. Here we've got some boxes. So I created two boxes with a special height and a special width. And as you see, it's exactly like margin and padding. Tailwind is providing to us sizes on width and height. So basically, when I go down there in sizing, we see that when I type W0, it gives a width of W0 pixel. When we talk about sizing, of course, we talk about width and height. And exactly like we saw on padding and margin, you can give sizes, height, width, to elements. When I go on width, on the official documentation, I see that Tailwind is providing to us several classes that works on exactly the same model as the margin and padding. And what I created already is a width 16, height 16, BG Red 500 box. And I created another one just down there. And here we've got two squares. Those two squares are created by those width. And as you see, I put width 16, which correspond to 64 pixels. And those values are basics values provided by Tailwind. Here, down there, we see that we can have also several values that goes up differently from the number that you are going to path. Those are called fixed width. But what you have also is percentage width. And basically, those percentage width, they work with Flex. If you want to know more, please refer to my video using Flex with Tailwind. So what I can do, I got those two boxes there. And if I type class name, and here I'm going to put Flex, those two boxes will come next to each other, okay? And let's say that I want to give them a width, and I want to give them a width that will take half of the screen. And instead of having 16 there, what I can say to them, please take half of it, 1/2. And when I update, there we go. We see that my two divs, okay, are taking 50% each of the space of the current div on Flex. But actually, I could have different behavior. Let's take, for example, this one. Let's say that on 5 columns, I would have here 2 on 5. And down there, of course, the latest would have what? 3 columns because the difference between 2 and 5 here is 3. So I would have here a lower column than this one. So let's say that here is going to be a sidebar and here it's to be main content, which happens most of the time. Back into my application when I update, there we go. I got a sidebar which is very big because it's 2 of 5 columns. Actually, what I would need to have is instead, let's say, 1 of 5 columns. But what's going to happen here is that we are missing a column there. So don't make the mistake, okay, here, to miss one space because Tailwind will wait for another one. Here we are supposed to have 4 on 5. And now let's see when we move our content. As you see on the responsive side, we have columns that are adapting themselves. So sometimes that can be a problem because in the sidebar you will have content and this content will maybe overflow. Let's talk now about the 8. It's exactly the same. So Tailwind is providing to us basic 8 that we can use, and most of the time it's really useful. So here we already used a height of 16, okay? But look, we can have other 8 that we can use that are proportionally bigger or not. Of course, we have width and 8, but we also have min width. So you can play with min width. You got several classes that can be applied to the content. So sometimes you would like to have a min width of the content. So here, let's say that we would have a min width min content. So what I would do there, instead of having this, I would have min width, there we go. And we see that the sidebar took the size actually of its collocating div. So here, if I lower the size of the 8 actually, sorry, of my main content, what is going to happen is that my sidebar is going to stick to the 8 of my content. So you use for that min with min, which says that it wants to heritate from the min content of its parent element. It's exactly the same for max width. The main difference is that on max width, you have several other classes, okay, that just says that we want to have, for instance, max width full. So the big content there will take only, okay, the maximum width of the current browser. So let's take an example, and let's say that here our main content, we want to put a margin there, and maybe this margin, we're going to give it a big margin, okay, 72. So I'm going to save, and when I update, we see that I got a big margin. And if I remove my width full and I just put my flex there and I save, okay. Let's take an example. We have our sidebar and our main content there. And let's say that we want to put a max width, and this one is going to be, here we've got some example, XL, LG, MD, whatever. I'm going to put XL, and here suddenly what we're going to see is that my content, okay, has been reduced to XL. Otherwise, other classes that we can use is max with min, max with the current attribute of CSS with max with min content, max content, fit content. Otherwise, we see down there that we have also classes with actually media queries and on different screens that we can have. Here we've got our sidebar, our main content, and we've got this big white background there. And let's say that we would like to have actually the sidebar, okay, on the full 8 actually, and the main content the same. What we could use is min 8 screen, which will refer actually to 100 VH. So let's say that we are going to take min H screen, okay, and we want to put it just on the sidebar. What I can do, so I'm going to remove this, min H screen, okay, will say that actually we want to take the full 8 for the sidebar. And sometimes you will need to do that. But of course, what we could do also is to actually just put that on the parent. So when I put that on the parent, here we don't see any difference because I got a 8 on my main content there. So I'm going to remove this, get back, and there we go. Now, all the children of my parent that got min 8 screen are full screen by default. And it's also working, of course, if you want to apply min 8 with min content, max content, fit content on min 8 min exactly with the max value. One of the most interesting characteristics of spacing and sizing inside Tailwind CSS comes now. It's about space between elements. What you would do if you would like to have space between sidebar and main content is basically putting margin or the padding. It depends on how you would do it. Actually, you are not obliged. Tailwind CSS is providing to us space between classes that help us to create space between elements, and it's doing it in a smart way. When we go down, we got an example here. We can use space minus X. It reminds you the horizontal spacing that we can do with padding and margin, and 4 as a value. So if I do that on my actual app, I should write up there next to flex space minus X, and let's put 4. And let's see what is going to happen to our children sidebar and main content. Actually, we got space that has been created. And it has been created in a smart way, which means that it's going to be equally put between the two sides, all right? And that's the beauty of it. With flex, you use space between. So we got other example. Just try to use space Y8 here as an example. So now we worked horizontally, we want to work vertically. So if I put space Y4, we have only this one that is applied. And why do we have only this one which is applied? It's because main content is supposed to be the second element. So if I put a flex call there and I want my two elements being on top of each other, we've got a different behavior, but we see that space has been put in here. So you will ask to me, what is the difference between margin and or padding and this space? Actually, it's margin here. What is the difference? Visually, there is no difference. However, you don't want to have margin bottom, margin top everywhere all the time, especially between elements like this, columns and main content, etc. So with flex, you are using space between to create spaces between elements. About the customization, it's really easy to understand. On my Next.js application, I got several titles, and those titles have different margin class there on the bottom. And it's going to order of matters for 3, 2, 1 there. And I see that my MB4 is at 1 rem. And let's say that I would like to actually lower this size. What I can do is to go on my tailwind.config.js, and in extend I can create a margin entrance. So here I'm going to remove this font size, I'm going to put the margin, and let's say that now what I want to have is that MB4, okay, MB4 would be actually 20 pixels. So I'm going to save, get back, and when I update, we clearly see that the size of my margin changed. And here we've got 20 pixels instead of 1 rem. You would do exactly the same for every size, and you see that it's also working for arbitrary values that we can put between brackets. So here on every of my size, I would lower the value every time. So here it's going to be 18 pixels for actually 3, okay? Then for 2 it would be 16, and for 1 it would be by default 14. So when I get back there and I update, after the update, we can check that every size of the margin there will be applied from my Tailwind configuration. And you can also do it for all the extended sizing classes. Of course, with Tailwind CSS, we can deal with Flex. Flex, it's a CSS property that helps us to put elements next to each other or to pick the order of the element that we want to show. We can also work with columns, rows, etc., to display the elements in the order that we want. So basically on Tailwind CSS, and here I got my app running, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the classes to trigger a specific order on my div. So I got a parental div up there, and what I want to do, I want to create a first div that will be actually my main content. All right? And what I want to have also is a div that is going to be my sidebar. So I got those two divs inside a parent, okay? And let's say that this one we are going to call it parent, okay? And those two one are children, all right? So when I get back to my app, I got those two divs on top of each other. They are like a column, okay? They are not in a row, they are like a column. And what I would like to have is basically to have this sidebar next to the main content because I want to have my sidebar on the side. So what I can do is to use the property flex. With the property flex provided by Tailwind CSS, I'm adding to the parent a display flex on the CSS. So when I get back, we see now that my main content and my sidebar are now on the same row. And if I open my console and I look at these elements, all right, I got flex there. And what I got is this purple rectangle all along there that shows that on the same row, he aligned every element on the width that is automatically assigned or on the width that you picked up previously. And if I look there on the CSS, so I'm going to move again, we have there the display flex that has been applied. Now I want to add a header. I get back, and what I'm going to do on the top, I'm going to create a new class, a new div, sorry, with inside header. And when I get back, the thing is that now I got a new div. And in this new div, here I'm on my parent. And what our parent did, our parent has a display flex. So he put every div that he has inside of him, and he put them inside the same row. And this is not what we want, actually. What we want is to have the header on the first row, then the main content and the sidebar on the second row, because we want our header to be on the top of these two elements, main content and sidebar. So what I can do is to remove my flex there. But instead, what I'm going to have is a sidebar on the bottom, almost like a footer. And that's not what I want. What I can do is to wrap those two elements into another div, okay? I can wrap my main content and my sidebar in a flex there, in a flex element, and I got exactly what I want. Suddenly, I got my main content and my sidebar on a row, and I got my header on another row. So this is how you can organize your application with flex property. And there's a lot of other elements we will see that we can use. If I go on flex direction, I see that I got several ways of displaying my flex divs. So here I got a first way, which is flex row, and it applies a flex direction row to my element. So there I already got my two elements next to each other, okay? And if I had my flex row in here, flex row, nothing will change because main content and sidebar with flex are already on the same row, all right? But if I look there, I got also a flex call. And flex call, actually, this is like if I didn't have any flex. And what's going to happen, it's going to create a column there. So instead of having this, I can let flex, and here I can let, for instance, a flex row. Yes, there we go. Let's say that inside my sidebar, okay, I would have another div, which is a sidebar, and down there I would have a menu. All right. What I have in this complex element, a sidebar and a menu, basically on flex call. Without flex, so my parent there doesn't get any flex, I got naturally a flex call. But sometimes you would need to specify that you want to have a flex call. So basically what you're going to do is exactly the same. You're going to type first flex, then you're going to add flex call, because you want, okay, that on your sidebar everything would be a colon. All right, so there we go, we've got it. Let's get back to flex direction, and we see that we can reverse the direction, and this is why we are in flex direction. So I'm going to copy paste flex row reverse, and I'm going to go there on the parent. Actually, not the parent there, but the children that is parent of main content and this sidebar. So I'm going to add here next to this flex row reverse, and let's look what is going to happen. When I get back, what I have is my two elements that have been reversed. Main content is supposed to be the first div, and finally it's sidebar and menu that appear as first. It's because I've used flex row reverse. Okay, and now let's see if we remove the flex row that we put before and the flex that is here, and I save and I get back. What happened is that nothing happens anymore. Nothing happens anymore. I got my flex row reverse, but on my CSS down there, we can see that I got here a problem. And this problem says that we have to put another property to say what display do you want to use. So let's just try there. It talks about display block. And if I put display block, nothing happens. Nothing happens because flex direction actually needs to get flex as a property. So what you got to do is always to specify flex before you use a flex class after. Let's remove these reverse properties that we've got for now, and let's get back on our main element. So here I get to remove also my flex, and there we go. This is supposed to be my application with a main content and a sidebar menu. But what I want to have is basically, I want to have space. I want to have a big main content. And to do that, what I can do is to use flex grow. Flex grow helps us to make a div where we had the property flex at a certain size. And if we look at the example down there, we've got grow that we can use on the column we want to grow. And we've got also, we see, flex none on other columns. So I need to add grow not to my parent, but to my main content. Because this is my main content that I want to be grow. So I'm going to get back, and there we go. We see that my main content take all the space, and next, my content where I added flex none take the size he had to take. Let's talk now about flex basis. So we can deal with column size this way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get back to my main content there. I'm going to add a class name, and I'm going to add basis, and here I want to have 3 of 4 of the size of the screen, and down there my class name, of course, I want to have, of course, 1 on 4. So I'm going to save, get back, update, and now there we go. We see that main content is going to take 3 of 4 of the row size and 1 on 4 for the sidebar. And if I go down, it's exactly the same. It is working the same way, but there's a moment the content of the sidebar will stick to the size that we applied with flex basis. So there's a lot of example. You can also use the basis with a certain size already determined by Tailwind. It's really useful, and of course you can work also on the hover and focus with that. So basically we would need that to apply some sizes to some elements. And if I would have another sidebar, so let's say that we're gonna go there and put another sidebar, what I would do here is that actually it would not work, okay? It would not work exactly the way we want to work. What we would do instead is to put 2 on 4th, okay? So if I put 2 on 4, I got here 1 column, here main content will take 2 on 4, and this one 1 on 4. And it can go up to 12. So if we put 12 to every value there, I would say that here I would have a 2, and here I would have, for instance, a 6, and 6 plus 2, it's 8, it misses 4, so I can put 4 up there. When I get back and I update, there we go, we have a size of 4 applied here, a size of 6 applied here, and a size of 2 applied here on 12. So bases help us basically to deal with the original size of every div on a row. And actually I want to invert. I want to put first my sidebar, then my main content. Then I'm going to add to my sidebar a width. So I'm going to add the width, let's say 32, okay. And what I want to have there, I want to have a width full of my main content. So I'm going to get back there, updating, and there we go. I got my sidebar and my main content. And what I want to do actually is that when I'm going to just go down like this, I want my main content to come under my sidebar there. All right, so to be more clear, I'm going to add some color. I'm going to add a BG red 600 to my main content. Okay, so when I update, there we go, I got the red part. And there I'm going to add a BG sky of 500 to my sidebar. All right, there we go. So we've got these two elements there. And what I want to do, I want to change the flex properties when I arrive on a certain size. So how could I do this? How could I do this? Let's get back to the documentation and let's get back to the flex direction. So when I get back on there, here we see that what I can do is to add, for instance, let's add this flex column, and on MD flex row. I go there. And on my parent, I had flex call. What's happening is that I'm on a row. But if I go down, suddenly I have a mobile behavior. Okay, I got a mobile behavior. And my sidebar doesn't take the whole space. So I can do actually exactly the same. I can put my medium on the size of the sidebar. So basically here, what we've got is that my space is automatically fulfilled. So this is how we can work actually with flex direction depending on the screen size that you have. So on a mobile, you would have a different behavior, and Tailwind is very useful for that, okay? Tailwind is very easy to deal with. For instance, you got also the flex wrap properties that helps you to basically wrap or not your content. Let's take this example there. So I'm going to copy paste this and get back. I'm going to go directly on this row. So basically I'm going to remove what I did. Okay. I'm going to put this, there we go. And I'm going to put class name. So I got my elements there. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And let's say that I want them, all of them to be. So basically we work with what we've learned with full or grow. And what's going to happen is that it's not taking all the size because I have to specify a width full. And there we go. So I got my elements there. So I got my 3 columns there. And we see that they don't wrap. Wrap, it means that you want the element to go automatically on a new row at the line actually. And if I had several other elements, okay, so 4 or 5, there we go. We see that we stay on a row. We stay on the same row. On the opposite, what we can use is wrap. So we used flex no wrap until now. Now I'm going to use flex wrap. And what is going to happen is that every column is on width full. So they all go to the line because they take all the space. But instead of having a width full, let's say that they have a property of 32, okay? And with 32, we see that automatically we go to the line because we added a flex wrap property. So with wrap, you can go directly to the line. And of course, exactly like flex colon, you get flex wrap reverse if you want to invert. And you can, of course, use them with the media queries properties. Let's talk about now the justify content property. Sometimes you have elements like this, and you want to justify them in a specific place. And very often, you want to justify them in the center, as we see there. What we can do is to use justify center. So there I came back, I have my sidebar and my main content with no property, okay? So let's say that up there, on the flex parent, I want to specify that they justify on the center. I want to have my sidebar and my main content div on the center. Okay, I don't want to have them on the left, don't want to have them on the right, I want to have them on the center. So I'm going to save, I'm going to update, and there we go. We see that I got my content now on the center. Actually, this is not really what I want to have. What I want to have actually is to have a justify start. Start, it means on the beginning of the row, so on the left. Start is for the left. So basically, I have the initial state. So I can remove basically this justify. All right. But let's say that now I want to justify on the right. So now I need to specify. I need to specify that I want to justify, and this one is going to be end. End is for the right. And when I save, okay, and I update, suddenly my content is on the right. So you use justify content, all right? You use justify content to specify where you want this element to be. But there is another one which is interesting. It's justify between, so space between. With space between and justify between, actually, you can say that you want that there is equal space between elements. And so if I type justify between here and I save, okay, we see that my sidebar, okay, is on the left and my main content is on the right. Why? Because those two columns, they got actually the same size. I mean, they are automatically on their content size, and they created space between it, okay? Justify between created space between those two elements. And sometimes it's very useful. We want to create an equal space between elements. If I had a new column, let's say another sidebar, okay, another sidebar, what is going to happen is that there will be equal space between those three elements. So when I get back, there we go. Finally, you got space evenly. And let's look at the definition of space evenly. Use justify evenly to justify item along the container's main axis, such that there is an equal space amount around each item. Evenly, and there we go. There is an equal space created between all these elements. For Flexbox, we use also align items. We saw that on a row, we want to deal with the space between elements and how to order them. But actually now on the vertical, how we do? Actually on the vertical, we use align items. So here I got align items, and here I got a justify evenly. So let's say that on my main content, I will add an H1, so main content, and P here, I'm going to add some lorem ipsum. So I'm going to type lorem ipsum, there we go. So I got some text there, and there we go. We see that actually, what's happening is that all the content is aligned on the top. So when there is text on the sidebar, it starts on the top, okay? And main content starts on the top, and another sidebar starts on the top, and here it's wrapping. So here, what I could do with flex property is to actually, okay, use item start. And we got the same example there, 1, 2, 3. Everything is aligned on the top. So I use item start to align on the top. But here it makes no sense because it's already by default align on the top. Let's say that now we want to align everything on the center. So if I put items center instead of start, and suddenly we see that sidebar is on the center and another sidebar on the right is also on the center. Everything is aligned on the center. And it is based on the size of the highest content division. And the highest content division there, it's actually this one. We see that we have 96 pixels of 8 and the sidebar is 24. So it calculates actually how to align in the center those two elements. And it's the same for the other one there. On the right, for the sidebar, we have 48. It calculates automatically to align on the center. Of course, you understand now that to align on the end, we can put items end, and when I update, so now on the bottom, we've got everything aligned with item end. Another example, maybe a bit more tricky, we can copy paste this. It's the baseline. So the baseline, it's based on the line that starts inside your div. So I'm going to copy paste this. I'm going to get back, and for now, we've got this example. What I'm going to do is to just remove all of this and put the official example. And instead of class, I'm going to add class name, and there we go. Okay. So when I update there, we see that I got some elements, and to put more space, I'm going to add a BG Sky 500 to the first one. Then I'm going to add a BG Red 500 to this one. And I'm going to add a BG Green 500 to the third one. So I got some padding that is applied. And I got item baseline there put as a class on my div. So when I get back and I update, we see that what's happening with item baseline is that we align everything on actually basically the content. And the baseline of the content, it's 1, 2, 3. But our divs, they have padding, so they have a different height, or they can have also a different width, but here they have a different height. We see that even they have a different height and they don't start on the first line here on the top or on the center or on the bottom. What's happening here with item baseline? We based all our div on the baseline. Tailwind CSS is providing to us grids, and with grids we can create columns exactly like Flex, but in another way. Actually, when designers are developing their templates most of the time, they are using grids to separate elements from each other. On Flexbox, we have the possibility to put elements next to each other. However, grids help us to create dynamically the columns we need. So down there, we've got an example, okay, of grids that we can create. Let's say that we have a list of elements and we want to display them next to each other this way. What we can use is grid. So back in my application there, I'm going to create actually a grid there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this title, and there we go. So down there, I'm going to type grid, okay. And then I'm going to type grid calls, and there I need to put a number. And basically, on those grids, you got maximum 12 columns, okay? So what we want to have a maximum 4 columns there. So I'm going to type 4, and there we go. So now what I can do is directly to say, okay, I want to have, for instance, a first column with an element. All right, so first element. Then I want to have this column, actually. I want it to be, let's give it a background, okay? So I'm going to say that I want to have BG Sky 500, all right? And I want to have some padding, so I'm going to put PX, well, actually, we don't need to put a padding, there we go. Yeah, let's put a padding, okay? We're going to put padding 6, okay, and we want to be a little bit rounded, okay? So I'm going to put, yes, rounded LG. There we go. And let's say that now I want to have a second element, which will be, and actually it's not element, it's supposed to be columns, okay? Columns, there we go. And now if I get back to my app, there, what I have is those two columns next to each other. All right, but we said before there with grid calls that we want to have 4 actually 4 columns. And right now we only have 2. So let's put a third column, okay? So third column. So I put an S, but I should remove it. Actually, there we go. And fourth column, there we go. Now we've got our 4 columns there. And exactly like we see in the template there, we've got the 4 columns at the same level. And what is cool with these grids is that, as you see here, I got several sizes that I can put up to 12, okay? And if I want to have space between the columns, what I can do is to add a class called gap. So here I can type gap. And if I put 1, you will see that a little space will be between the element. So let's imagine that we would like to create a blog with articles next to each other. It would be amazing to deal with these with the columns, okay? So let's put a gap 4 instead, and there we go. So we've got 4 columns there, all right? We've got 4 columns, and actually, let's try to put a 5th column. So instead of having this, I'm going to just put 1, okay? Then I'm going to put 2, I'm going to put 3, then I'm going to put 4, and then I'm going to put 5. And let's say that we're going to have a 6 also. What is going to happen? Well, this is what is magical with grids, is that as you see, it's wrapping automatically on the line. So we go on the line and we continue to create as much columns as we want, but actually we stay on this base of 4. Now let's try to put a base of 3. If I go on the base of 3 and I update, now I got 3 columns. All right, I got now 3 columns. And if I put, for instance, 2, what I'm gonna have is 2 columns, okay? So you understood now that we can deal with columns this way with the number we want. And actually there are plenty of options, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there we go. This is how it works. Of course, now I'm on a desktop, but if I lower the size, what's gonna happen? Well, actually my grids are going to stay the same. So what I want to do is to say that on a certain size, I want to have 4. So I put LG on the beginning of my class. Well, what I can do also is to say, hey, when I'm on a tab, I want to pass to the grid calls 2. I want them to be on 2, on the size 2. So now what I'm gonna do actually is to reduce the size. And what's gonna happen is that suddenly we see that my elements are taking the place I want to. So basically it's going to take 2 columns and there we go, it's working. And if I go lower, we even see that actually now, because I didn't provide any class, so I'm supposed to have this before LG, there we go. I didn't provide any class, okay, for the calls, so it's going on the top of each other. Okay, so that's really cool. Grid with columns, I'm using them all the time. It's very, very useful to create templates with that. However, sometimes we need to deal with actually the size of our columns. And of course, Tailwind thought about this problem with grids by using the call span, okay, class. So as you see here, we can deal with the size of our column inside the grid. And we've got a lot of elements we can deal with. So what I'm proposing you to do is actually to get back on our model there, and let's put instead of 4, we're gonna put 3, and there we go. And let's say that what we want to have actually is to have a bigger column, okay, for one element. So let's say that we want this 4 to take the 2 size of on third, actually to take the first 2 columns. What we can do is to use call span 2, for instance, here. And because here we see that we have 3 columns, we are saying to this column to take actually 2 sizes. So it's the number 4, and what I'm gonna do is to go on the number 4, and I'm going to add my class there. So I'm going to type call span, okay, and here I'm going to put 2. I'm gonna say that I want this 4th column to take the 2 columns. So I'm going to update, and look at that. There we go. Our 4th column, and we can change the color to see it clearly. I'm going to do BG red 500. Okay, I need to update. As we see now, we've got this element that is taking 2 columns. And if I put a call span 3 and I update, my column is suddenly taking the 3 columns, okay? It's like a row suddenly, because I took the maximum, which is specified up there. I want to use grid calls 3. What's happening if I'm putting a 4, for instance? So I'm going to update. Well, actually, if you put 4, it's not going to work, because the maximum that you can have is the parent class definition that we have here. And let's take, for instance, a 12, and we will see that it will be actually the same problem. It's creating something that we don't want to happen, okay? It's dirty. Actually, what we want to do, if we want to have 12, it's to put 12 on the parent. So when I get back and I update, there we go. We see that this column is actually taking 12 columns there, and that's what we're supposed to do because we wrote the code in this way. But on the first row, now we see that there's only 3 columns actually on the 12 we could add. So it's not necessarily a very good example and a very well designed, but there we go. That's what you can do with the grid calls, and if we update that, we will have empty spaces. Sometimes in your design, this is what you want to happen. This is how it can work. And of course, if we go down, what we can see is that we can move some elements to say you have to start there or you have to start there. It's working with call start and call end. So what I'm proposing you to do is to take this example, okay, exactly the example that we had there. And I'm going to get back, I'm going to remove this, okay? So there I'm going to put my example, and instead of having this, I'm going to put again my BG Sky 500. And instead of class, I'm going to have class name. All right. If I get back to my example, so I'm going to add a bit of more space like I did before. So I'm going to have a padding 6, there we go. And what I want to add also is a rounded LG. So I'm going to put rounded LG to add a bit of design. There we go. So we see that we have a first column, 0, 1, and we want it to take 4 space on 6. So basically, it's supposed to start actually at 1 here. It's supposed to be the first column. But we specify with call start that we want it to start on the second column. And the second column is supposed to start here because we're supposed to have 6 columns before, okay? So if I put call start 3, what's going to happen is that my element is going to start on the 3rd column, all right? And if we go further, what we could say is to say, well, actually, here, my second column there, I want it to start on 1, okay, but I want it to stop on 3. And as we see, it's taking actually the first 2 columns, it's stopping on 3. If I put a 4, call N4, what's going to happen is that now my column is going to end on 4. So if you want to deal with design, actually, what you can do is to use call start and call end depending on the size of the column you already defined before. Talking about the size of the column, sometimes we want the size to be automatically displayed on its content. And sometimes we don't want necessarily to have a specific size of the grid. In short, we don't want to use this system of 12 columns. What you can do is to use actually auto call max, all right? So basically here I got an example. I got my grid and I got a grid flow call that we are going to see just after. And what's happening there is that I didn't specify any size in my columns, but I specify that I want them to deal with the content they have, okay? So basically, grid calls max gives a result like this. We still have the grid system, however, it's depending on the size of its content, okay? It's exactly like Flex, actually, but it helps you to deal with the automatical size, okay? So this is how you would deal with that, and you can, if you want, customize these grid autocolons exactly inside your Tailwind config.js, okay? So grid autocolon helps you to deal with the size automatically of the content of the column. We've talked about the columns with grid. Now let's talk about the rows. Because yes, we have grid calls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 12, but we also have grid rows. Of course, you understood that now grid rows is used to display in columns our element. So it's working exactly the same as columns. However, it goes to maximum 6, okay? So we got grid row 6 as a maximum value. And here we got an example. All our rows, all right, are displayed like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And to do that, we use we use grid rows. So here, I got a list of divs that I want to display to. And what I'm going to do is to add grid flow call, grid rows 4, and gap 4. All those elements are supposed to be displayed in a grid, so from the left to the right. But actually, now with grid rows, it's going to be displayed from the top to the bottom. So I'm going to get back, and I'm going to update, and suddenly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are displayed vertically, all right? So where is actually the size of the elements we are dealing with? Grid rows 4 here, okay? We got the example there. Grid rows 4 is dealing with the number of elements in the column. So when you reach number 4, it switched to the other column. So what I can do is actually adding several other elements, 9, 10, 11, and let's say 12. And let's see what is going to happen. What is going to happen is that it's going to continue, okay, to create columns, and it's going to stay on the basis of 4 elements. If I put here, for instance, grid row 6, went too fast, grid row 6, there we go. What's going to happen is that it's going to switch at the number 6, and then it's going to pass to another element. If you want to use rows with grid, it's totally possible. The difference is that it's going to switch on the number of elements on your column, and it's going to switch to the next column. You understood now that we can also work with stop and end as we did with column. We can actually say that the first element is going to take some space. So let's get back there and let's put 4 again. So we got, there we go, we got our column this way. Let's say that we want to have the first element taking a specific space. So actually we're gonna take 2 space, okay? So I want it to take 2 rows. So I'm going to go there, and on the first element, I'm going to put row span 2, all right? And what's gonna happen now? It's that, there we go, my first element took 2 rows. And if I put row span 3, it's going to take 3 rows, okay? And let's go on the 5th element, and let's add also row span 3. Let's look at it. There we go. We see that 5 took 3 space. However, it's creating empty space there. It's totally normal. The number 5 cannot fit into 3 rows because we are limited to 4. And if we put the number 5 there, it would make actually 1, 2, and 3 rows. So 5 rows. It's not working anymore. So actually, we were supposed to put here instead of 3 rows, row span 2, and there we go, it's fitting our content. It's also exactly the same with row end. And if I wanted to make complicated stuff, such as different rows on different lines, etc., for design purpose, I could do it. Here is maybe the most interesting part about grid. It's the autoflow. And it's exactly the same for columns. We can say actually to our grid to place elements automatically and not to deal with those space that we got. So down there we've got an example actually, and here we've got our setup already done. There is no grid placed yet. And what we would like to do is that our element, okay, will deal automatically with the size. So they will be placed at the right place, for we don't get any kind of space, empty space in our grid. All right. So what we can do, we can use grid. So first, let's put grid, and then we can use grid flow row dense. Okay. So I'm going to type grid flow row dense. All right. And just this, let's look if it's something's gonna change. Nothing is changing in my template. All right, so what I want to do now is to add 3 columns and actually grid rows 3. All right, this is the basis we want to give. So we give 3 columns, so it's supposed to switch on 3 columns, then maximum 3 rows. Okay, let's look at the result. And there we go. So we're going to add some gap. I'm going to type gap 4. All right, let's add col span 2 to my first column. And when I get back, it's taking the 2 places. All right. But now if I put col span 2 on this one, I'm going to have an empty space, as I showed you before. Not in this case, because I put grid flow row dense. So I'm going to type col span 2. I'm going to save. And what's going to happen, and which is magical, it's that now we are dealing with empty space. And here we've got the column 1 and column 2 that got the same size, that came on the top, and Tailwind fulfill the space that we got there, 3, 4, 7, etc., etc. Now I want to test something else. I want to say that, for instance, the column 6, col span 2, will have also a space of 2. What's going to happen is that the number 5 stays at this place and the number 6 took all the space. So it's also working on the right side, okay? It's also working on the right side. Let's put now, for instance, the number 10 on col span 2. All right, I'm going to save. And there we go. So it's really cool because it's fulfilling automatically, okay, my empty space. So grid is very, very useful. And actually, you will use grid all the time when you start to code with Tailwind. However, you have to understand what are columns, what are rows, how to display the sizes, but also what you need to deal with is the autoflow of your element. And there we've got a good example on how we can fulfill empty spaces, because this is what you're gonna have most of the time as a problem on Flex and Grid. It's empty spaces. You can deal with that with autoflow. Layouts with Tailwind are very easy to handle with. And the first thing we gotta learn about layouts is container. You may have seen me using container a lot in the previous lesson, but we never really focused on it. So let's go. So on the official documentation, we can see that first, we can use a class that is called container, all right? And we see that there are breakpoints. And through those breakpoints, we are adding properties to our container that change its current size, all right? So right now, I don't get any container. I just got a parental div. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a container. And inside, I'm going to put an H1, which will be actually hello. Yeah, there we go. Once it's done, what we can do is to add a background red 500, because we want to see where our container is and what size does it take. So when I get back to my app and I update, there we go. We see that we have this red rectangle, which is actually the proportions of our container. So if I open my inspector and I pass my mouse on it, we see that the size is 768. And the thing is that right now I'm zoomed. So if I zoom out, there we go, and I pass my mouse, it's 1536. And if I go there to find my proportion, my property, we see that 536, it's the value of the 2XL size, all right? And we see that here on the sizes, it's decreasing. So we pass to 1280 pixels, 124, 768, 640 pixels, etc., etc. And we see that those breakpoints are related to the basic breakpoints of Tailwind, all right? So if I zoom out and I go there, and what I'm going to do is looking at the size of this element, I'm going to just lower the size of my screen, all right? So I'm going to do this quickly, little by little, and we will see that suddenly my red rectangle is losing its width, okay? And what's happening there, it's really easy to understand. It's that with the media queries, we are switching actually sizes, okay? And actually right now we are on 668 pixels down there. Exactly what was written there on the medium size exactly here, okay? So container is helping us to deal actually with the size of actually our element when we want to put content. However, the thing is that right now it's not centered and we would like to be centered. And if we go to the documentation, we see that we can center with MX Auto. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add MX Auto and suddenly it's going to be on the center. There we go. And if I lower the size again, it's going to work again. And we suddenly understand that this container let space on the size, okay? On the side, sorry. Here you see on the side, I got space. And if I lower it again and again, I need to reach, I think, 640 pixels, there we go, to don't have any padding anymore or margin. And the thing is that with containers, it's adapting itself automatically to the size of the desktop. And this is what we want to do. However, you will see that often when you will use container, you will be obliged to add MX Auto. If you don't want to do this, we can go directly inside our tailwind.config.js. So first I'm going to remove it. Okay, I'm going to remove this MX Auto. There we go. And we see that here on container center true, I can automatically center my container. Okay, so now I'm going to go on tailwind.config.js. And here on my theme, what I can do is put container center true. So it's supposed to center my container automatically. And we see now that it is working. A last thing with container is that, as you see here, I'm going to have content that will stick, actually, that will stick to my border. And I often don't want to do that. The best thing to do for me is to always add some padding, a little bit of padding, okay? And there we go. We see that we got space that is put inside the container. It's always better because on the mobile after, you will have some space that you don't want. So it's just a tips that I give you now. Always deal and always remember with the padding inside the container if you don't want your content to be appearing to the border actually. With Tailwind layouts, we can deal with columns. For instance, we want to create several columns with different elements. We can simply use the class columns -1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 12. Or we can deal also with sizes of the column. So there are already sizes that are done. And this is the result. So let's say that here I'm going to have a first paragraph with one rem ipsum. Then I will have another one, actually, there we go. And then I will have another one again. Okay, so I got these 3 paragraphs. And when I get back, there we go, I'm there. So I'm going to remove this BG red 500, that is useless for now. There we go. And if I use, for instance, colon 3, because I got 3 elements, let's try it in there. Colon 3, I'm going to save, I'm going to update. There we go. Suddenly, my content is on 3 columns. But what happens if I put a 4th column, all right, and I save? Well, actually, and we don't see it, we don't see where it is, actually it doesn't change anything because all your content is going to be fulfilled on 3 different columns, okay? So if I just copy this, okay, and I add it there, it's going to continue and all the content will be displayed on 3 columns, okay? Let's say that now I want to have 2 columns and suddenly I will have 2 columns. Let's say that I want to have 12 columns, it will be weird. There we go, we've got our content on 12 columns, okay? So this is how it works. However, if you want to have, for instance, a specific size, let's say that we want to have a small column of 5 columns LG, let's take it. I'm going to get back there. I'm going to use columns LG. What's going to happen is that the size of the column that will be displayed will be automatically LG, so 500 something. And what we like is that it's automatically responsive. So this is how you would use column. But let's try now with an image. So I'm going to copy this image there. And let's say that I'm going to add an image and it's going to be this one. And when I'm going to save, there we go. Suddenly see that the image is taking the whole size and the text is on the right, all right? Which is cool is that, and we get the example there, depending on the elements that you got and depending on the size, okay, it's going to adapt itself automatically. And that's something that we want when we are dealing with columns. Let's talk now about the display. We often use the display with Tailwindcss, okay? So we've got basically the basic display that we can have in CSS. So for block, we have display block. For inline block, we have inline block, etc., etc. And we also have flex. We already saw flex in this course. So previously, you can check at the flex listen. It's just putting display flex, inline flex, table, table caption, etc., etc. And if you want to also deal with the display on the table, table cell, etc., it's happening in there. And which is cool, which you would use often, I think, personally, you would need often to hide some element. So let's say that we have our image there, okay? So I'm going to type class name hidden. Suddenly, okay, my element has been hidden, okay? And if I want to block it again, there we go, it appears there. All right, so what you can use also is inline block. You would often use inline or inline block, okay? And there you get some example. Or you would have, for instance, block as an element that you could use, okay? The floats, we got very good example there. We can see that we can make float an image on the left, on the right, or float none to have it on the top. Let's get back to our example. I removed our column and we got this big image and it's just crazy for us, okay? Give a width to this image. So it's going to be width 64. I think it's going to be, yes, there we go. If I want to have my image to float on the left, okay, what I can simply type is float left, all right? So now it's going to stick to the text and float right. There we go. We're going to have the image on the right. Okay, good. And we have another one, which is float none. And it happens often that you don't want to have this dirty text next to your image. So you will type float none, and actually it's exactly the same as if there is no float. Clear is here to control the wrapping of content around an element. So let's just copy paste this image there, and let's give it a new size, let's say 32, sorry. So I'm going to update and suddenly I get 2 images there, okay? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put a float left, okay, to this image and a float right to this one, all right? What's going to happen now is that we got the image, okay, on the left and on the right. And if I put a clear left to my text, So let's first try here. Class name. There we go. Clear left. And I'm saving. What's happening is that my text is going to be set on the size of the image on the left. All right. But if I put clear right and I update, it's going to be set under the image of the right side. Okay. So here we understand that we are setting the text line or the content line actually to the image on the right or on the left. And if I use clear both, okay, what's going to happen is that it's going to be set on the line of the highest element. All right. You've got several other options, clear none, of course. And clear none, it's exactly like if you didn't do anything. Okay, so I update and there we go. Position is a real subject when you want to learn CSS. And with Tailwind, it's really easy to handle. All right, so we see that here we've got an absolute class, which gives us position absolute, and we got a relative, which gives us a position relative. All right, so let's say that at first we would have a parent. So inside our container, I'm going to create a parent with a relative position. It will be BG red 500. We're going to give a bit of rounded and a bit of sizing, and it's going to be pixel 8. And there we go. So what's going to happen in there? I'm going to add some 8, and I'm going to add some weight. 8 and weight, there we go. And when I go back, I suddenly have this square red, all right? And let's say that inside I would have almost the same, okay? Let's say that I would have a div with a width, maybe more little, yes, h24, and then dot bg green 500 rounded lg. I save and I get back, I got this green square inside the red one, okay? And what I can do, actually, we got some example. I can give actually the relative position to my parent, which will say that every element under will be relative to this one. And suddenly, if I put absolute as a class to my div here, and I get back and I update, nothing will change. However, what I can do now with this absolute position is to work on the top, right, left, or bottom, okay? And which is cool there is that I got plenty of classes that help me to deal actually with top, bottom, etc., etc. And exactly like padding and margin, I can work on the position that I want. So I want this green square to be on the top instead of bottom. What I can do now is next to absolute to put top 0. So if I save that and I get back, okay, and I update, suddenly my square is on the top 0. All right. And if I want to put on the left 0, I can also do it. So when I save, there we go. It's moving on the left because I said to him that its parent is this one, the relative one. And the children has an absolute property and the top 0 and the left 0, which means that he has to relate to the top 0 and the left 0 of the relative. All right. So let's say that I want now that, for instance, I want now to be outside of the square. Okay. I want this green one to be outside. Can I do this? Let's say that I want to do minus top 2. What's going to happen there? I'm going to update. And we see that my square is going, we don't see it exactly, but we see that my square is not rounded there, which means that I'm outside of the red square. And let's say that I want to do the same. I can do minus for a negative value, left 2. Okay? So I have to remove this left 0 that I have there. All right. And when I update, there we go. We see that my element came out. So with the property top right, bottom left, and there are plenty of elements that you can do. So let's say that we can use this inset property. So we saw top, bottom, left. Okay, it's working easy. It's really easy to understand. Let's try this inset. So I'm going to remove my negative property. So I'm going to type inset 2. When I get back and I update, we see that it's like a padding. It automatically went on a special position because of inset. Let's look at the fixed property inside our application. So here we got a very good example. We got a parent that is relative, okay, with the fixed property as a children. And we see down there that we can actually scroll inside, okay, inside our box, and contact stay fixed. It stay fixed on the bottom. So most of the time, this is the position that you will use if you want to have a sticky or a fixed element. Now let's talk about the overflow. We can deal with overflow with several classes. Auto, hidden, scroll when you want to scroll inside an element. And if you want to show or not an element, you can deal with that. So let's look at the example. There we've got an overflow visible, and we've got an image inside a box that have a certain size. So this box there have a certain size, okay? And actually the image, as you see, is going out of the box. With overflow visible, the image is authorized to go out of the box. However, with overflow hidden, we want that the box will be the actual limit, okay? We want the box to be the limit of the content, and we don't want to have content that goes outside. So we will use overflow hidden to hide the content from outside. And we can go further, and what we can do is to say we want to have an overflow auto. So for the example now, I've created a lot of text, really, really big. And as you see, by nature, the browser allows you to be on overflow auto. So when you want to scroll into a div, what you need to put is this overflow auto. And if you are not able, just add the property. Okay, we've got another example which is cool here, is that sometimes you want to scroll from the left to the right. You can use overflow X auto to do it. And vertically, you can use also overflow Y auto to do it. For the visibility, it's almost the same as display none or not. However, the thing is that here, what's happening is that it's invisible. So let's just copy paste this example. So I'm going to go back there, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove all of this. I'm going to create a new container. There we go. And I'm going to add this. I'm going to add class name. There we go. And I want to add some color there. So I'm going to add a class name BG 500, and I'm going to copy paste this one, and there we go. So we see that our second element has an invisible class, which is number 2. And when I get back and I update, there we go. So we got 1, we got 3. So finally, I'm going to get back to this H screen because I think it's better for our example. There we go. We see that 1 is visible, 2 is invisible, and 3 is visible. So let's look at the CSS. And the thing is that right now, invisible, okay, has a visibility hidden. So I'm going to move there, and just, here, just down there, you see that it's visibility hidden. All right. So you can use visibility this way when you want to show or hide content. The difference with display hidden or not is that it's also appearing in your HTML, but now it's invisible or not. Finally, let's talk about the Z index. With Z index, you can put several elements on top of each other. So let's get back again on this example. So here I'm going to remove this, all right. And instead of the classes, here I'm going to put class name, there we go. And I'm going to add a BG red 500, there we go. We see here that we've got actually Z40, Z30, Z20, Z10, 0, okay? And what's going to happen is that they are going to be on the top of each other depending on their size. So here it's not really happening. What we should do is to say that we want to have a flex there. So it's supposed to be, there we go. And let's gonna add some sizes to these rounds because it's a bit tricky. Rounded LG, border, yes, there we go, border white, okay. And we're supposed to have something that looks a bit the same. Okay, no, it's not rounded LG, it's rounded full. There we go, rounded full. There we go. Object position. We use it to control the position on an element within its container, okay? So here, what we see is that we have an image, blah, 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 with a special size. So let's try to do exactly the same. So I got my image there, which is really big right now. And what I want to do, I want to reduce its size. So I'm going to add exactly what they did. So maybe it's a bit too much. I'm going to put 62. There we go. 62. No, 62 doesn't exist. Sorry. 64. There we go. 64. All right. So now what I'm going to do is that I got my square and I got this object non-property. So if I add this object non-property, let's see what's going to happen. Actually, here, there we go. We see that the image has been centered inside my square. And from this moment, what I can do is, and we pass the mouse here, we see that the position of our image. Actually, what we have, basically, it's object center here. Right now, we got object center inside the div. And when I just look at it, we see that I got my square. Let's say that now I want it to be on the top. What I can do is just using object top. So I'm going to get back there. I'm going to put object top. And when I update, suddenly it's moving. Okay, it's moving. We are on the top of our image. We don't see it clearly there, but let's say that I want to have an object left. I can deal with the position of the image inside my box. And that's something really useful sometimes when you want to deal with the position of your image. You can use all those classes. Let's say that now I want to have an object right bottom. I can deal with that. So I'm going to put object right bottom and I'm going to save, get back, update, and suddenly there we go, I finished there. Okay, so object position is really, really useful when you want to deal with the position of your image inside your element, inside your square. Finish on layout, there are several elements that I didn't present it to you because I think they are useful, but you can really understand yourself by reading the documentation. You got break after, that helps you to break after an element, break before to break before, break inside. You got also the box decoration break, okay? So here you see that you can create some decoration and you want this decoration to break or not. You got box sizing. To be honest, I don't use it that much. But you can deal with actually how the browser should calculate an element total size, all right? And what you have also, it's the overscroll behavior. We talked about it a bit with our overflow hidden. It's how you want to deal with the overscroll. Here I got a header. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add the class border. And what's gonna happen now is that around my header, I will have a border of 1 pixel all around my header, okay? If I want to deal with the width of this border, I can add a size. And of course, like always with Tailwindcss, we can add a number to specify the size. Okay, so here I'm going just to add 2. And when I get back and I update, we see that my border is thicker and I can go up to 8 or 12, I don't remember. But if you go on the official documentation, you will see that we can have really thick border, okay? What we can do also is to add border on the left or border on the right, okay? So there, what we have is that we can pass actually top, right, bottom, left directly to our border class. So let's try now to just put a border bottom element. And what's going to happen there is that we have the regular header that we would like to have. So basically here we have actually the border on the bottom. And if I had some padding on the top and bottom, let's say 4, okay, PY4, suddenly, there we go, we've got our header. So I'm going to unzoom a little bit because I was zooming there. And there we go. We see that our border down is like this. Let's say that now I want to add actually a border on the left. And I want it to be a border on the left. I want it to be thicker as 8. I'm going to save. Here, what we see that suddenly we've got actually a thicker border on the left that has been pushed. And let's say that on the top, we would like to have a border top of 4. What's going to happen is that on top, I'm going to have a border top of 4. The same for the right. You understood. Actually, we could add borders like this very, very easily. So down there, we've got a parent division with 3 elements there. And when I update, we see that with the divide Y class and the divide color, so let's put a red instead, and not a 200 but 500, we can see that between my elements I have now a division, okay? And this is really cool because if I had one, you will see I will not be obliged to deal with border top, border bottom between elements. I can use divide like this. I have now a basic input type text. And what I want to do, I want to basically add a specific border to it, and I want it to be colored. So if I go on border color, as I see there, I have an example. I can specify the color of my border specifically by passing the color after border. So here I got my border 2 and border rows 600 on my input. And when I get back, there we go. There we see that, so I'm going to put the outline none class to not see the outline blue that we see. There we go. Now we see that my border is actually, okay, my border is actually rows, okay? So I pass the class. It's really easy to see. So here you got all the colors, of course, provided by Tailwind to pass your color. For the border style, it's exactly the same. What you want to do is here to put, for instance, a border dashed, okay? And suddenly we've got the effect of a border dashed. There we go. Otherwise, you have the border dotted. So if you put border dotted, you will have actually the border dotted, okay, all right? It can be useful sometimes, you never know. Or you can have the border double. If I update, there we go, we've got the border double, okay? With border style also, you can specify border none. There we go. If you don't want to have a border, this is how you deal with border styles. Remember the divide, you can specify the width of your divide. So here we got 3 elements and we say to them divide on X. So basically I copy pasted the element there. So I'm going to update and there we go. So we've got the divide there. And what's going to happen is that we can say also that we want to reverse, flex call reverse here, and reverse the divide also. It's also working with the divide width, but we can also work with the divide color. So for instance, we can put a divide. So here I'm going to work on divide red 500, okay? And suddenly we got a divide color that changed. For the divide style, you understood it's exactly the same as the border. So let's put a divide dashed, which is very useful. There we go, divide dash. So working with the style, color, and width of divide, it's exactly the same as the border. Instead, you are using divide as a first class. I showed you before that we can remove the outline. However, if you want to have outline, we can also use, as you see there, the outline class to add an outline to an element. So I'm going just to copy paste this element there. And there we go. So here I got my button C. and with outline, outline offset, and outline 4. Now you understood that outline 4 is for the size of the outline, and the offset is for the space between the element and the outline. So there we go, we've got something not really nice there, but we see that we've got some kind like a border, but it's creating actually an outline. If you don't want to have an outline, you can use outline none. And it's working, of course, exactly the same. If you want to change the color, you can pass outline, the color and the weight of the color, and then suddenly it's changing your color. For the style, you can use dash, you can use dot, doubled, exactly. And for the outline, exactly the same. Finally, let's talk about rings, and rings are creating actually box shadow around our elements. Okay, so here I got some examples, okay, of ring 4. Let's take this one and let's see what's gonna happen if I put actually ring offset and ring 4. So there in my class, I'm going to put ring offset and ring 4, okay? So I'm going to update, and what's gonna happen is that around my button, I'm gonna have this kind of box shadow, which is actually the ring effect, okay? It's applying a solid box shadow of a specific thickness to an element. So sometimes you want to focus on element like this, okay? And you want that we let a trace around it. This is actually what's happening in there. And actually those classes are very useful if you really want to work on the accessibility of your app. You are going to use all those classes and all those elements provided by Tailwind to improve this accessibility. If you want to use box shadow or effects on your elements with Tailwind CSS, it's possible. Here I got an application running and I got a card. And in this card, I got some text, a button. But the thing is that this card is white on a white background. And I would like to give some effect, some perspective. So what can I do is to use a shadow. And here we see that we got classes that we can use to add some shadow, okay? So let's try now with shadow MD on my card. And what's gonna happen is that it's going to add a shadow which gives a bit of consistency, a bit of presence inside my application. Okay, that's really cool. But let's say that I would like to have a bigger shadow. It's possible, always with Tailwind, with the size element that we can use. So we got medium, but let's try with large. And we will see that suddenly we got a bit more shadow. And if we go down, we can see that we have several sizes, medium, large, XL, 2XL, that actually create a specific shadow already determined by Tailwind. So if I use 2XL shadow, there we go, I will have a bigger shadow this way. So it gives a lot of consistency and it's really easy to apply. You use the class shadow, all right? However, if you want to have some shadow inside, what you can do is to use the class shadow inner. So here, it's not necessarily the case, okay? But as we see, I've put some shadow inside my div. So it's not very visible right now, but yeah, it's working. And sometimes if you don't want to have some shadow, you can use the shadow none class on an element and it's gonna remove the current shadow you added, okay? What you can work also is on the color of your shadow, which is really cool. So I'm going to get back and put a shadow MD because I really liked the shadow MD. I think it's enough. Too much shadow, it's a problem, but here it's better. I'm going to work with that and I'm going to add some colors. So if I go down there, we see that we've got some shadow display. Let's say that I'm going to add, let's get back there, and I already use cyan. So I'm going to add shadow cyan and let's say 500. I don't know if it's going to give a nice effect. It doesn't, but it's all right. The demonstration is here. So we've got our element there with the shadow cyan 500. However, what I want to do is to put it instead on my button. So I'm going to use here a shadow MD and then the shadow cyan 500. And I got a bit of effect. However, That's not really what I want. I would like to cut it. So what I can do with Tailwind is just to cut the color and just add some opacity, okay? So here, opacity on 100 is the normal color, on 80 on less, etc., etc., you lower the opacity. So here I'm going to put half 50. So there we go. And there we go. We've got a shadow that is less aggressive. Also, what I want to add, there is a text white because on my button, and there we go. We've got something nicer in my opinion. Okay, so you can work with box shadow color this way. So as I told you, you can work also with the opacity of elements on Tailwind CSS, and here we've got the opacity of the elements. So which is very useful sometimes because what we would like to do is to say, yeah, if this button is disabled, I would like to add some opacity. Okay, it's possible. Well, we're going to try just this. If I put opacity 5, okay, what's going to happen is that my button is going to almost disappear, okay? But it's still clickable. Be safe, it's still clickable. You will have to deal with another class if you want to disable it, okay? So basically here, as we saw, we put 50% of the cyan background shadow there. Actually, if we put opacity 50, it's exactly the same. What's going to happen is that my button is going to be on opacity 50. I would do that if I would like to disable my component. Okay, so opacity is really useful. We can also put opacity on every element made by Tailwind. I'm gonna pass real quick on the mix blend mode because I personally didn't use it a lot in my Tailwind CSS experience. But you can control how elements should blend with background, okay? So as you see, you can mix two elements and it will mix the colors automatically. This is how it works with mix blend mode. And you can also work with the background blend mode, which actually helps you to deal with the color, etc., etc. It can be useful. I have to admit that for me, I never had to use it. It can be useless, but if you look for it, it's in the effect column there. Let's talk now about the filters, and filters are very, very useful because they help you to deal with images and you're not obliged to send back the image to Photoshop or just to call your graphist or designer to change the image. You can use Tailwind to do it. So let's talk about the blur. So here in my example, I've got a card, like it's a card for a blog, and we would have an image there that I picked up on Unsplash. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to blur this image. And as we see, Tailwind provide to us a blur class that I can use. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the blur SM on the image there. So I'm going to get back and I'm going to add this blur SM class to my image. And when I update, my image is finally blurred. Okay. So let's say that we would like to have a higher blur. We can use actually the sizes that you know on Tailwind CSS. And look at that, there we go, we've got the blur to XL. I'm going to give you something really nice, is that, let's say that the whole card would be blurred on 2XL there, so it's a bit too much actually. What I'm going to do is just use blur. I'm going to update, yeah, I will have this. And let's say that when I pass my mouse on it, I want to remove the blur. So what I can do is use blur none. So what I'm going to do is hover and then blur none. Okay, I'm going to update. And when I pass my mouse, it's going to remove the blur. Oh, nice it is. You see? I'm going to remove the blur just on passing my mouse there. So you can use blur to blur your images. Let's talk now about the brightness. So I'm going to remove this blur stuff, otherwise it will be difficult. I'm going to get back, I got my image there. And let's say that I want to work on the brightness. I can use brightness and the values comes from 0 to 200. Okay, so what I'm going to do there, I got the image, I'm going to add brightness 125 on the image. And when I update, suddenly my image is brighter. Okay, so you can use brighter to improve or to lower actually, and let's try to lower it. Let's put 50 instead. There we go. I'm going to update and finally my image is darker. All right. So what's happened if I put it on my card? Okay, again, you see that the card is this color, and we can do exactly the same. So like just put on hover a brightness 100, okay, to see what's gonna happen. And when I pass my mouse on it, there we go, it appears there. So that's a nice effect that we can use also. Sometimes we can use the brightness. In contrary, let's talk about the contrast. We can use also the contrast. So let's say that we're gonna have a contrast, and it's a bit different, but it looks like the same effect. Okay, so contrast 50, so I'm gonna update, okay, and there we go. So we pass from gray to a normal contrasted card. We have the filter drop shadow that helps us to drop some shadow, which is basically the same as the shadow we saw before. We've got the grayscale, so grayscale can be really useful. So let's try again. Let's put grayscale, for instance, and suddenly we got our post in grayscale. But on hover, if we want to remove it, we can put grayscale 0. So I'm going to put grayscale and 0. Don't ask me why they didn't put grayscale none. We can also work with U-rotate filters. So here we've got an example, and it comes from 0 to 180. We are going to change actually basically the color there. So I'm going to put U-rotate 90, and suddenly we change the color dynamically. It can be very useful. We can also invert our image. So let's say that here I'm going to put invert. So the image or the card. Here I'm taking both examples, so it's really easy for you to understand. There we go. We see that we can invert. So you got very good examples there to use actually filters on a lot of elements in CSS. You can use also saturate. It goes from 0 to 100. So let's put saturate. And personally, I like saturate because sometimes the images are not very well colored, okay? They didn't pass by any graphics before. And here we see suddenly we've got more presence, okay? We got an image that is brighter, that the contrast is very good. And we've got this effect that is really nice also. We can use sepia. Honestly, I never use sepia, but let's say that if you had a very old website, a very old style design website, you could use a sepia on some picture. Or if you want just to make somebody older and make an old picture, you could use sepia. Yeah, there's a lot of filters that you can use for the photos. Sometimes you would need to put some elements blurred, but not blurred as we see before. Blurred inside this element. So basically you would use backdrop blur SM, and here we've got an absolute division inside our image that is blurring a part of the image. Okay, so we got the image there, and we got another div that is blurred there, and it's creating some blur. It can be very useful when you want to make the image appear but to blur some part. Okay, and you can work also on the brightness of these divs. You can work on the contrast, you can work on the grayscale, on the U-rotate. You understood. You can irritate all the filters before, but on element on top of each other through this backdrop, actually through this backdrop class. In CSS, when you want to create an animation or a transition, you have to write the class and define it in your key element. However, with Tailwindcss, we got already provided classes, and it's always the best to use, to be honest. And we can use, for instance, transition. So here, okay, here, I got an example. When I pass my mouse, the button is moving up and down, okay? And to do that, I'm supposed to write, okay, in CSS that on hover, I want a transition is in out with a delay and etc., okay? So actually, what I'm going to do first is that I'm going to use the transform translate. So basically, with translate, I can move an element on the top, on the right, on the left, etc. So what I want to do is to use this minus translate. Okay, so that's what I'm going to type, and especially on the button. So there, when I'm going to pass the button, I want to translate him, okay, negatively, so on the top, by 50, okay? Actually, it's not 50 pixels. I think it's less, okay? So there we go. Our element has moved to the top because I moved him this way, but it's too much. What I want to have, it's like, let's see when we pass from 0, okay? When we are on 0, it's his initial position. And if I type 1, suddenly, okay, it's moving up, okay? I want to do it only on hover. So I'm typing over, okay, over translate y1, okay? And when I pass my mouse, it's moving only on hover. And with translate, we can move element this way. But however, it's just terrible like this. What I would like to have is a transition like this. So what I can do is to type simply transition. And you are going to use this transition class a lot of the time, most of the time, because it's really easy that with transition, you just put a regular delay. I think it's maybe 200 milliseconds, something like this. We got to look at it. But look, now I put transition. What's going to happen is that it's smoother, you know, it's less violent. It doesn't pass from directly the bottom -2, okay? So let's look at this transition class and let's look at it. And what's happening there? It's that there is a duration basic of 150 milliseconds. And we got the timing function, cubic Bézier, okay, that help us to just say, please be quiet. So most of the time, you just have to use transition to apply these smooth changes, okay? But let's say that now we want to change the delay. We can use the delay. So I go on transition delay, and here I got many classes that help me to deal with the delay of my transition. So let's say I'm going to put the highest delay, which is delay 1000. Okay, so I'm going to go next to my transition. I'm going to delay 1000. Okay, and when I get back, I pass my mouse. I'm updating, pass my mouse, and I have to wait 1000 milliseconds. So 1 second to move. Okay, and when I move out, there we go. If I come back, there we go. If we go way upper and we update, look at that, bam, bam. This is how you can work with the transition delay, okay? And you can work also with the duration, okay? How much time the duration is going to work. So let's add a duration 1000. So duration 1000, it's a lot. Huh? Those examples are just example for you. If I pass my mouse, I will have to wait 1 second, and I will have to wait 1 second for the element to move. Again. Okay? So duration for the duration, and for the delay. Easy to understand. For the transition timing function, it's about to be the same. You got the ease in, entering, okay? Ease out, and ease in out, okay? If you are familiar with that, you can use dynamically and directly the classes. If you are not familiar with ease in out, ease in out, ease in, and ease out, sorry, you can check. Google made a very good guide about it. Tailwindcss is not the best for the animation. There's not a lot of animation. However, there are the animation that you need. And for instance, you got the animation spin to make a loader like this. We often need loaders like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going just to add animation spin to my button, which is a bit dumb because I don't want my button to turn like this. But as you see, the animation spin is already applied to it. Okay? Another animation that I can use is animation ping. And animation ping is very cool. However, here we won't need our button to get this animation also. But on the official documentation, we got a very good example. We often need to do notifications such as this one, and we would like to have something that glows. Animation ping is really useful for that. Also, you got animate pulse, and it's working for what we call skeletons. So you can create these elements that you see here, and that's a good example for the course as an exercise. You can create elements like this and just add the pulse class. It will create this effect of opacity, okay? It comes from white to more gray, then comes back to white, etc., etc. Okay? Very, very useful. When we go down, we can also use the bounce animation that make it jump. So to that, you type animate bounce, of course. It's always animate slash minus pulse, minus bounce, etc., etc. And of course, you can use that with Over also. We often need to deal with the scale of images. And with Tailwind CSS, we can work with that with the scale class. So here we got example. We've got scale 100, which is the basic scale of our image. But let's say that we would like to have a bigger scale. So we can use from 0 to 150 a bigger scale. And when I update, suddenly my image is bigger. However, as you see, I'm eating actually the text that is under. So gotta be careful all the time to deal with the scale. And let's say that I want to reduce it. I can also do it to 25. And suddenly my image, there is no 25. There is 50. Let's put 50. Okay, 50. There we go. There we go. We've got a lower sized image. We see here that we got to be careful always with the scale because it can work only if you deal with the content next to it. Otherwise, it will pass over the content. Also, we can rotate our images and it goes from 0 to 180 degrees, of course. So let's say that we would like to have an image rotated of 90. So I got to remove the scale that I have here. Rotate 90 degrees. What's going to happen is that my image is going to rotate 90 degrees. Okay. And now I'm here. I'm going to talk about the transform origin. Right now it's rotating on the center of the image, all right? But if I change the rotate origin and I put origin top left, okay, so if I put there here origin top left, it's going to rotate from the top left. So it will be a total different, okay, rotation, okay? And here it's not very nice, so I'm going to put rotate 45, and what's going to happen? It's rotating, you see, from the top. So let's say that now we're going to put a hover there and we're going to have some transition and we will get the effect there. So I'm going to pass. And when I pass on there, we see that our image is rotating. So it's a bit weird here because I have to stay on the image, but we see it's rotating from the top. The transform origin helps you to move the center of your image and where it is rotating from. So I can put, for instance, origin bottom right. Okay, let's say that. And when I'm going to get back, I'm going to update and pass my mouse. There we go. We see that it's rotating from the bottom right, okay? Sometimes you want to create effects. It's really, really useful. The translate effect, we already saw it with the button. We can use translate -x, -0, -y0, etc., etc. And for negative value, it's minus on the first before translate. And also what we can use is translate on the columns for the percentage of your desktop. So if you want to translate on the vertical at 25 or on the horizontal at 75, you got all those classes available there. Finally, we can use skew, and with skew we can skew our image. So here we've got some example. I'm going to try to skew my image there. So I'm going to remove this, all of this transition. There we go, skew Y6. And what's going to happen is that my image has been skewed, okay? I can skew it way more, I think to 12, okay? And I guess, there we go. I guess if I put a minus on the front of it and I update, it's going to skew it on the other side. Sometimes it can be useful. So transitions and animations and transform work together to help you to deal quickly with a specific behavior of your design or image. the best demonstration to show the power of Tailwind CSS would be to create some kind of custom design system. So I got several elements there, a title, subtitle, paragraph, anchor, button. Here I got an input text that we don't see, got a checkbox and a select there, okay? And all of this is currently on my Next.js application. So I imported Tailwind in my global.css file. And what's happening there is that it's empty. There is absolutely no style, no size, no color, nothing. And I would have to create everything from the beginning. So what we could do at first is to add classes to these elements. And later we would move those classes into custom classes inside our CSS. Okay, that could be an example. So let's start. Title, subtitle, and paragraph should have 3 different sizes. So what I would do is to go there and to add a first class name to my H1. And let's say that I would have a text 2XL. All right. Then what I would do also here is to put a text XL to my subtitle, and to my paragraph I would have a text base, even though I know that it's already on text base. We can see that there's a little difference between the sizes, but it's not very big actually. What we would like to have is a bigger difference. So I'm going to get back, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to get up on the size of the XL. So I'm going to put 3XL because I really want to have a difference between the subtitle and the title. And finally, there we go, we see that there is a difference. So what I can do is just inspecting, okay, my first element, and we see that the font size is 1.875 rem, okay? And then the XL is 1.25 rem, and on the paragraph is 1 rem. So the other elements that we got down, they keep basically the same size, okay? And right now I'm zooming just for this course, but on the regular size it's going to be like this. So we can see that the paragraph, the anchor, the button will have basically the same size. We just want to make a difference on the title and subtitle. So I'm going to zoom again, and there we go. And what we would like to have is a weight, a different weight for the title and subtitles in comparison to the paragraph. So I would go to my documentation and I will quick search there and I will type weight. And here we see that I got font weight. So I'm going to click on that and I can see that I got different type of weight. So I'm going to zoom and I got bold, semi-bold, which could be cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get back and here I'm going to add my font bold, okay? And down there, I'm going to add my font semi-bold. And I think this is what I want to have. All right, so I'm going to get back and there we go. I got a title with a font bold and a subtitle with a font semi-bold. Okay, the thing is now what we would like to have there is some space between everything is really stuck. So what I would do, I would check for the margin bottom. By default, the H1, H2, H3, H4, they got margin bottom. With Tailwind CSS, everything is reset from the start. So here I'm going to add basically a margin bottom, and I'm going to start by MB2, okay? I'm going to save that, it comes on the beginning, and I'm going to update, and we see that suddenly I got space that has been created under my title. All right, I want to have also a margin bottom on my subtitle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the same, but I'm not going to do MB2, because if I do MB2 exactly like my main title, I will have a problem in my spaces, okay? I will have a problem with this design system later. It will not make something nice. What I need to have is, if I have a lower font or a lower font size, actually, what I would do is to lower exactly also the margin bottom. So I would put, instead of 2, I would put 1. And when I get back, yeah, we see that it's a bit better. All right, so that's cool. Now, if I unzoom again and I see the result, well, I think it could fit to a lot of blog posts that we can read. We got space to breathe for the elements. All right. So the thing is now I'm writing all this code there, and if later, for instance, at the end, okay, I would have another title, okay, and I would save there. This is another title, and I would have another subtitle after that, okay. The thing is, though, right now we don't get first the margin top, but it's supposed to come from another piece of content that we could put later. The thing is that I would have to copy paste all the time my class name, okay? And instead of doing that, let's just say that all our H1 will have these classes, okay? We want to have all our H1 to get these classes. So what I can do, I can go back actually to my global.css file. And here I can select the current layer I'm working on. And this one is layer base, okay? And inside this layer base, actually, I would add all the HTML tags and all the CSS classes that I'm going to create or to use to modify them. So let me give you an example. Right now we are under HTML. So here if I type HTML and I open my curly brackets and I put, for instance, like a color of red and I'm saving and I get back to my app, suddenly the color red is applied to all my HTML document. The CSS layer there has been applied on because the sheet is imported inside my Next.js application and I got my color red. All right, that's cool. But now what I can do, actually, I can say, yeah, my H1, it has to get these classes. So I can go there and type H1 and I could type, of course, font weight, bold, etc., etc. However, I can use apply. Apply from Tailwind help me to import the classes. So what I can do is just taking these and I can import them directly there. So I'm going to put that and there we go. Now what is going to happen is that all H1 of my document will have those class applied. So to be sure about that, I can remove actually, okay, the class for my H1 up there, and I can remove it also down there. And we are supposed to keep the same properties, and it is working. So if I inspect my title there, I've got the margin bottom, the font size, the line 8, the font weight that are applied from my app underscore global CSS. Sorry, I gotta move this. There we go. Everything that has been applied from my app global CSS file. All right, so I'm going to get back there. I'm going to remove this HTML for now because I'm not going to use it yet. So the difference now is I don't need actually to specify that here actually I want to add inline styles on my HTML tag, okay? And I think I'm going to do the same with H2. So I'm going to copy paste this, get back, and I'm going to say, hey, finally with H2 now, I want to apply those classes. So I'm going to type apply, and I apply those classes, all right? Now I can remove this down there, and there we go. Of course, if later you will have several subtitles, several titles, paragraph, you would create classes inside your HTML tag, or you could do the opposite, creating that first the classes and then apply your style. And later it will apply automatically to your HTML tag the CSS that you wrote in global.css. So basically I can also remove this, and there we go. And we see that I don't have any class written in my elements, and I already got my style applied. Let's pass to the anchor. Here we've got an anchor, and there is no href. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put an href to this anchor, and let's say that we want to go to https:/freecodecamp.org. And I just have the cursor pointer applied as a class. What I would like to have actually is that all my anchor got a specific class and style apply. So I'm going to use apply, and I want them to be underlined. So when I get back, suddenly I got an underline. And I want them to have a specific color. So what I can do is to go on the colors, okay, of Tailwind CSS. So I go on customizing colors, and there we go. We've got here plenty of examples. And what I would like to have is some kind of blue color like this. So what I could do is get back, and I have installed IntelliSense with Tailwind. It's the plugin that I'm using right now that gives me actually, there we go, this one, that gives me actually the classes that I can use with Tailwind. So when I'm going to type the text blue color, here down there we see that I got all the colors that are available. If you had later colors in your tailwind.config.js, this IntelliSense extension will understand that this color has to be recorded and going here into the autocomplete. So I'm going to put text blue 600. And when I get back, there we go. I got my anchor on blue. But let's say that when I pass my mouse on it, I would like to have a text, yes, purple, okay? So what I can do is here adding directly, okay, sorry, here, hover, and I want to have text purple and another color 500, all right? So when I get back and I pass my mouse on it, suddenly it passes to the purple color, all right? The thing is here, I want it to be smooth. I can just add transition, the transition class here, to say, yeah, I want that. I got a nice transition, okay, when I pass my mouse on it. And we see it, it's a little detailed, but it's working a lot on the experience. There we go, we've got an anchor that has its own style. Let's say that I want to change maybe the decoration. So I'm going to go on the text decoration here, and I'm going to get back there, and I got text decoration style. And there we go. Let's say that I want to have a decoration wavy on every link of my website. So what I'm going to do, of course, is to add the decoration wavy. And there we go. I got a nice decoration wavy added there. I want to work on the offset, so the size between the text and the decoration. So I can use underline offset, and I'm going to put underline offset, and I'm going to put 4 to start. Let's work now on the button, okay? So the thing is that I will have several buttons on my application, and those buttons will have very different behavior. What I want to do, so I don't want to target all buttons. I want to target buttons with classes. So here I'm going to add a class name, and here it's going to be btn to start, because all my buttons are going to have a specific basic class to start. So right now I'm on CSS. Of course, with SCSS you could do nested CSS, but here, just for this course, I'm going to stay on CSS. So here, button, okay, I will apply a class, and let's just start by a basic thing. The basic thing is that we started with a blue color for our anchors. And let's say that we want to stick to this blue color there. So what I can do is to say, yeah, apply, I want to add a BG blue and exactly the same color as the anchor. So when I get back, there we go, we've got the background, but we see that there's a problem because with our anchor, we've got the offset up there. It's not often that we're gonna have this anchor with the button there. So basically it's not really a problem. However, what we would like to deal with is the offset size there, okay? So we've got it there on the top. So I'm gonna get back, and what I can do is that I wrapped my button in the div. So I can just add some margin on the top and on the bottom, and this will be margin 4 to give us a little breath. And there we go. Okay, so we've got the button there, and our button, what is it? We want that every button get the same proportion but not the same color. However, here it's a problem because I put BG blue 600. So I'm going to remove this BG blue 600, okay? And instead, I'm gonna work on the padding and the margin. But to do that, I first need to put a background for you to understand where is the padding and the margin. So actually, I'm going to create a second class, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to get back on my button, and I'm going to hide the button primary. Okay, button primary, because if you want to do Sass, you will have nested CSS. So here I'm just going to add this way. There we go. And here, this is where I can add actually my BG blue 500. And when I get back, I got my BG blue 500. It was 600, sorry, not 500, 600. There we go. The thing is that we have button there, and I'm going to work now on the padding because I want my button to have rounded corners and some space on the top, on the left, on the right, on the bottom. So what I can do to start is to say the padding on the horizontal, and there I'm going to put a px4, and on the top I'm going to put a py3 to start. Okay, when I get back, there we go, I got this big button. Maybe there's too much space, so I can still work on the top and the bottom. And there we go, we've got something nice. What I want to have also is a rounded LG because I want it to be a bit rounded. And there we go, that's really cool. Now let's create another button. So I'm going to copy paste this division with the button there, and I'm going to create a button secondary. So here I'm going to say this is a primary button, this is a secondary button. So we got now two different buttons, and there we go. When I update, we see that suddenly we inherited from the BTN class, but not from the primary. So what I could do is get back there, and I could create this button secondary, open there, and here I'm going to apply another color. So I'm going to apply, for instance, we've got slate, and I can say that I want to have some kind of gray button this way. And when I get back, there we go. But here, there's a problem. There's a problem with the color of the text. So for both of them, we're going to add a text white property. And all the two buttons will be suddenly on text white. That's great. Now let's work that when we passes our mouse on it, we want them to be on the color under the value we gave before. So we can get back there and type hover, and I want to have a BG blue, but this time let's try with 500. So when I pass my mouse, there's this color that is slightly changing. Okay, we see that the color is slightly changing. And again, like for the anchor, okay, we want to have something smooth. So what we can add is transition at the end. So I'm adding transition, and when I update, there's a little transition there. And if I want to work on the delay of the transition, so I can type transition timing function. What I can do is here working on the duration. I can say that I want the duration to be applied. So I get back, I got my button, and I want the duration to be applied on my BG primary. So here, there we go. So duration 300, and when I pass my mouse, we see that it's slightly better. But now for our secondary button, it's a bit a problem because we will have also to write all those classes that we've got there. And basically what we would like to do is simply to say, hey, on button hover, I will have this transition and duration all the time. So what I can do is to do that on button hover, I can, okay, apply, okay, transition and duration 300. All right. And basically, if you want to really specify the color, we could say that instead of having a hover on the color there, we could say just that we want to work on the opacity. So it's just a way of doing things, and I'm going to say that I will get an opacity of 80. So when I get back and I update, we see that it's working on the 2 button, which is amazing. But if you follow the course, you know that we don't need to do this other thing. What we can do is directly to put it up there. So I can put hover, and on hover I'm gonna put a transition effect. So here there is no semicolon, sorry. Transition effect, and here on hover again I'm gonna have a duration 300, and on hover again I'm gonna have an opacity 80. So I'm going to remove this, and it's also working. So when I get back and I pass my mouse, there we go, our 2 buttons got this hover effect. All right, so that's really cool. We just created a design system for our button really quick. What we could do also is to work when they are disabled. So I'm going to get back there and I'm going to add a new button. And here this new button will be actually on disabled. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste this and I'm going to go there. And this is a disabled button, and let's put it into our primary. What we need to do is to say that the button is disabled. So I put the disable property on the button, and when I get back, nothing is happening. Instead that I don't get the cursor pointer anymore, I just got the mouse that I can pass on it, and on the other they are able. Well, now what we want to have is a gray button, and we don't want to have this opacity effect anymore. So I'm going to get back into my CSS, and here I got my button, and I'm going to type disabled, and I want to have a BG slate of 400, for instance. So when I get back, suddenly my button is gray, but I still got this hover effect and I don't want it anymore. So I can stack the modifiers. So I can say that on hover, and if it's disabled, I finally want the opacity 100. So I want it to be full, and I don't want to have this opacity anymore. And there we go. When I pass my button, it's disabled. I cannot have any hover effect anymore. And actually this gray is too gray, okay? A disabled button is supposed to have an opacity on it. So I'm going to get back, and on the color of BG slate, I'm going to say /50, and I'm going to update. And 50 is not enough. Actually, I gotta go to /30, and I think it's good. Okay, there we go. Now we've got this button that is disabled in comparison of the others. Okay, here we've got an input, and we don't got anything around it. And the first thing that we can see is that when I click on it, there is this outline, this blue outline, and I wish we could remove it. So here, what I can do is add a class name, which would be actually here, outline known. The outline known class will remove, okay, will remove when I click on it. Okay, that's good, but we don't see it anymore, so that's a problem. Actually, I'm going to get back on my globals CSS there, and up there, I'm going to put input, and inside type and text. There we go. For now, I'm just going to start with that. So I'm going to apply outline known, and I'm going to apply also border, because I want that my input has a border. And naturally, we've got this nice border, okay, which is not very, very nice. What we would like to have is maybe a border color more gray. So I'm going to put just a bit more of gray. So border slate 300, and there we go. That's so cool. That's nice. Now I'm going to add some rounded LG, and maybe rounded SM would be enough. Okay, yeah, because as you see, rounded LG, it's too big. What I want to have is rounded SM. Yes, I think that's good. Okay, we don't want to have something too aggressive, too rounded. All right, but the thing is, now we don't get space. We see that the text is actually beginning right on the left, actually, totally on the left, and right on the border. So what I want to do is to add some padding. So I'm going to add a bit more of padding at first. So here I'm going to apply px2. Okay, so I got a padding on the left and on the right. Now I'm going to add a padding on the top. And remember, as I told you, try to work with double values most of the time to get something more clear. Okay, if I unzoom and I get back to 100, here we see that I get an update, and maybe this px is a bit too much, okay? It's maybe a bit too much. Maybe I should put a px1, and finally what I can put is just to put a p1. It depends on what you want to do, but this input should be good. Okay, all right, that's cool. Now let's get back and let's create a new input text, but this time it's going to be disabled. What's gonna happen if our input is disabled? By nature, our input disable is unclickable, and we've got a gray background on it, okay? The thing is, here on my input, by default, for sure, I want to put a margin bottom of 1 because I don't want to have anything that sticks to my input. So I already got this, and yeah, well, the thing is, here I'm going to add a new disable background, and background is going to be BG, let's say 200. Even if we already got a gray one, okay, it's too much. Let's say 100. Yeah, it's better. Okay, here we see more that it's disabled. Okay, so up there I got this, and let's say that as a placeholder, so I'm going to get back, and I'm going to add a placeholder, and it's going to be email, for instance. There we go. We got, yes, it was on the, actually, it was on this one. There we go. There we go. So I got email there. Let's say that I want to have my placeholder on italic. What I'm going to do, I'm going to type placeholder, and here is going to be italic. I'm going to save this, and there we go. We see now that my placeholder is on italic. Input type date. Can I work on it? Of course. So here I got my input type date. So what I'm going to do basically is maybe to keep a bit the same behavior, okay? So I'm going to put input type date, and down there we will see what are the class I will keep for this. So here I'm going to type apply, and it's going to be also outline none, border. There we go. I think it's going to be the same as this, okay? So I'm going to add this. And what's going to happen? There we go. We've got our input date here with the same class, the basic class. So maybe I can put this. We will check that after. But maybe I can just take this class there, okay, and say that all the input will be like this. So when I get back, okay, I got all the inputs that have applied this class. So I can remove those, okay? And now all my inputs will have as a basis what I chose before. And that's good to do that because sometimes you want in your application to keep some kind of coherence between elements. You want that all the elements that you have, such as this input, get the same design. So if I'm changing one day the rounded, I just want to put rounded instead of rounded SM, and I think I'm going to take that. As you see, it has been applied to my input date and my input text. Let's say that we would have an input number, it would be exactly the same. So if I want to change also the color of the text I'm writing in, I could directly do it there. So I'm going to type text slate, and I'm going to add a gray like this, and I'm going to save, and we don't see it that much, but it's a bit gray. So I'm going to lower the grayness of it. And there we go. And as we see here, we've got the class there. When we have a checkbox, basically we have the input checkbox, and we have also the label next to it. So when I get back there, I got my label and my checkbox. Let's start with the checkbox. So we've got an input type checkbox, okay, and nothing changed on it. So what I got to do is just to put an input type and then checkbox, there we go. And inside I'm going to apply a class. And I'm going to say that on checked, I want to have a BG red 500. So let's see what's going to happen. And we see that nothing is happening. To work, we need to say first that we don't want that it keeps his appearance. And for that, we are using appearance known. So you change the color by saying appearance known, then say checked and the BG. So I'm going to get back. And when I click, we see that I don't got nothing anymore. I just got this little square, and I really ask myself what happened there. When saying that you don't want any appearance, you are removing also the check. This solution is not the best because we are missing the check icon inside. So what we should do instead, we are going to remove this appearance known. And what we're going to see is that it's not going to change the behavior of my checkbox. It will stay in blue. What I would do instead is to use accent. So here I'm going to get the example, accent, and here we're going to put purple again. And let's put purple 500. And there we go. We got accent purple 500. And when I click, there we go. The color is changing. The color of my checkbox. What we could do also is that we got a label there, and we know that our input is next to our label all the time. So what I could do is to just add a class to my label, because I will always know that this label will be on the top of an input or next to it to specify something about the input. So what I would do is just to add a specific size. So I would say that I would have text small, and then I would have a text slate, and let's say that it would be a bit gray. So let's go and let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, I got it. And next to my input type checkbox, I would always put some kind of margin. So margin to the right, margin 2 maybe. 2 is a bit too much. I'm going to put 1, and there we go. And maybe I would add a bit of font. So I would do font and medium, I would say medium. Yes, there we go. That would be good. Okay, so now we've got a checkbox that's working with the checkbox label there. And let's say that we're going to add some lorem ipsum to it. Okay, a big text. As we see there, we would have the checkbox that will be on top of our text, and that's not necessarily something that we want. So just by using Tailwind, we know that we can use flex. However, it already happened that our text was next to our checkbox. And there we go. What's going to happen is that with flex, it's going to cut our div in two parts, one part for the checkbox, the other part for the text. So what we have there is that we got the checkbox, which is on the middle of our text element. So we can inspect that. And when we inspect, we see that our checkbox is on the middle. And of course, the checkbox has a margin that we don't necessarily want. To put items start. And what's going to happen is that the Flexbox is going to put our item on first, actually. Okay. And here we got a new problem. The new problem is that we have our checkbox there. Okay, we have a checkbox there. And we have the text that is not beginning at the right line. We want it to begin at the basis. What we could do to align the text with the checkbox, it's to add to our label a specific line 8. So let's say that we're going to put line 8, and here I'm going to put 4 because I know that 4 is 1 rem. When I get back, here we see that it's a bit better. However, our text is very compressed. So what we could do is to play with the flex and say that we want to align those two items, or we could play with the checkbox. So I'm going to get back on the checkbox, and if I define that this checkbox will be always in this situation, I can go directly into my input type checkbox there and put a margin top of 1, for instance. And suddenly I got something in the situation that I don't want to be. It's not necessarily on the line. So what I could do is instead putting a 0.5. And what's going to happen now is that we have our checkbox immediately and directly on the line of my element. So you see, sometimes with Tailwind CSS, we can play with elements just to get our design right. I'm going to put some margin on the top and on the bottom to continue the course. And there we go, here we are. Let's continue. Now we've got a select. And the select, it's a very good topic to work with Tailwind CSS because there are many selects that we could create. The first select that we could create is the original select from HTML, which is this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get back to globals, and there I'm going to type my select, and I'm going to apply my class. And first, what I want to inherit from, it's this input, because remember, this input there has some space and stuff. So maybe what I could do is to use this input, outline, etc., etc. So I'm going to type this, and there we go. Suddenly my option take the size and the design of the other inputs. That's cool. However, now I got two lines that looks exactly the same. So what I could do is, instead of having those two elements there, okay, is just doing this. What I could do is just to put my select up there. So now my input and my select will look exactly the same, and it is working. Of course, if I want to do something different, if I want to have some classes that I had to my select, now I can do it directly in here. So let's say that I would have a padding right of 8 instead of what I'm irritating up there. There we go. I got a select that got more options there. All right. Another thing that we could do is to create our own select. And to create our own select, what I would do is beginning by creating my own piece of component. Let's imagine that later it will be in a component and it will work this way. What I would do is that for now I'm going to just commenting this. And here I'm going to create a div, and this div would have a class name of select. Okay. And there, what I would have is a box. And this div would be my first option, my selected option. My selected option to go on the bottom. And here I'm going to mix, okay, this selected there. And I'm going to say, I want to apply block, okay? If I want him to stay on hold the line, or I want to apply inline block, all right? And suddenly, there we go. Okay. It looks like a select, but it's not a select. And to be a select, I would add also my, actually padding right, sorry. Padding right 8, there we go. And what I would need to do is just that when I pass my mouse on it, I would like to have a cursor pointer. So I would do cursor pointer, there we go. And let's say that I would like to have a background effect. So as always, I would use on hover, and I would add BG slate, and it would be a very low BG slate. There we go. So now I pass on my mouse, and there we go. Okay, I would like also to add a transition to it. Okay, that's good. Then what I would do is to have a list of options down there. So what I can say is that I would have a div, and in this div I would have option 1, then option 2, then option 3. All right. So I got this happening right now. When I'm going to click on my selected option, I will have this list triggered there. And remember, with Flex, that's exactly what we can do. We would like to have something like this. So I'm going to get back, and I'm going to say, hey, actually it's going to be a class name of Flex, and it's going to be a flex call and divide y. So flex call divide y. All right. Then I'm going to get back. And there we go. That's what's happening. However, we see that we've got a big problem. The problem is that we are inheriting from the classes of the input. So we've got this padding inside that is cutting my options. And here it's the same. So what I would do is, of course, to remove this select from there, because this is not exactly what I want. Right now, I'm reserving this style to the select and input. However, for the select, I would have basically to keep it as it is. So basically I'm going to copy paste what I need for the custom select. So I'm going to take all of this and I'm going to go down and it's going to go here exactly on the select. There we go. What we want to do up there on Next.js 13 is to call useClient, then to use the state of React and set a variable isOpen on the use state false. So for now, our select will not be open. And down there, what we do is that when we click on my selected option, so on the select, we are going to set isOpen on the opposite value of its current state. And when it is open, it's going to show a list or not. So when I get back and I update, when I click, okay, there we go. We've got actually the options there and it's working very well. However, for the design, it's not that again. So we need to get back and to remove this padding and margin that we have, and especially this padding right 8. So, and the hover, I think we can also remove it because we don't want it for now. And when we get back, yes, there we are. So the padding that we want to have, actually, it's on every element there, okay? So basically what we could do is to put a class, another class, which will be a select children, okay? So my select option will not be anything than a value, okay? That will be set by default. So when I get up there, what I need to do is to create another select value, actually. So select value and set select value. There we go, user state, which will be by default on option 1. All right. So I got my select value. And then here, what I can put is my select value. As we see, I got my option. And what I need to do is to put a width, a minimal width. So here it's going to be, let's try 30. And when I get back, okay, I got the width 30. It's almost the same as this one. So the first one, it's going to be of class child. And here, what I can do is to say that select.child will have this padding. So I'm going to apply what? Of course, my px to py1. Okay, then I get back. And there we go. I got something that looks a bit the same. I got my class child that has been applied. And as we see, my options there, I can click and open or close. What I would like to do also is to add maybe this child to every element there. So let's try class name is equal to child, and I update. And there we go. We see that we've got all our elements. However, we miss this border that we could have there. So what I can do is just going to my UL and just put a border T. There we go. And let's see what's going to happen when I click. I got my border down there. I'm going to target my select UL Li, and I can apply on hover my BG slate, let's say 100. So when I get back, I click, and when I pass, we see that I got this effect. And of course, what I can do now, I can say that when I'm going to click on it, it's going to change my selected value. What I can do after is to create a function, update value, with the set selected value that will be received as a parameter, which will be a string here. And of course, when I'm going to click on a value, I want to close my select. So what I would do, I would set as open on false. So when I get down on my list element, I would say that on click, I would update the value with the current value, which here is just a string for the demonstration. So when I get back, I update, I click on my select and I click on option 3, and suddenly I got option 3. If I go on option 2, suddenly I got option 2. However, we missed a last thing, and this last thing is the arrow that we could have here. So what we're going to do, we are going to catch an icon and we are going to set an effect to it because we want that when we click, our arrows go from the bottom to the top. So let's catch an icon right now. On icon.js.org, I'm going to search for an icon which will be an arrow down. All right. And yes, this one is cool. Okay, I got this arrow that I got there, and I'm going to just copy paste the component, which is actually a SVG. So back in my app, what I'm going to do here is just to create a new file. Okay, it's going to be arrow down.tsx. There we go. And I don't think I downloaded it as a TS. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to put that. And I got this arrow. So what I can do, I can just change the name, okay, arrow down, all right. And I'm going to import this arrow just here next to my value. So I import my arrow and I put my arrow next to my select value. But the thing is, right now, as we see, this is not the effect that I want. So what I need to do is to put this select value into a span. And here, as a class name on my child, I'm just going to add a flex because I don't necessarily want it to have after this. Okay, I got the flex. I want the item center and I want to justify between because I want some space between my two elements. And there we go, we've got our select. And when we click, it is working. Now I want that when I click, I want to rotate this arrow to the top. And if I get back to the official documentation and I click on rotate, I might want something like rotate 180 degrees. Okay, so if I take this class and I get back to my app and I go to my arrow down, which is here, what I would like to do is to add this class directly there and to rotate it. So here is a trick. Here I can create a div with a rotate 100 and I'm going to put the arrow inside of it. So if I update, suddenly we see that I got my arrow on the top. But this is not what I want. I would like to create a conditional class. What I want to know is that if it's open, and if it's open, I want to rotate 180. Otherwise, I want to rotate 0. I want to let it at its basic state. So I update and there we go, it is working. We can add, if we want, some transition to it. So both of them, we're going to save that. I'm going to update. And when I click, we've got a quick transition to it. So we succeed to create our own select. Congratulations, you have created your first design system. Okay, it was short, it was quick, but it's enough to give some identity to your website thanks to Tailwind. So now you can use all these elements if you want to create your own application, and you can replicate all these elements to create an entire front-end application. How to trigger the dark mode with Tailwindcss. Here I got an Next.js application running, and the first thing I need to do is to go to my tailwind.config.js and I need to add the key value dark mode class. By doing this, I'm going to tell Tailwind actually to use the dark mode when I will add a class, and this class will be actually the class dark. And this class dark will be on the top level of my application. So when I go to my layout.tsx, this is where I want to put my class. So here, what I'm going to do at first, I'm going to give a dark behavior, okay, to my application. So here I'm going to say that on the body, the class name here, on dark, I want to have a BG slate of 900. And also what I want to have is on dark, a text white. Okay, so how is dark mode working? Actually, what we need to do is to add the class name dark. Now we added this, okay, it's going to change everywhere in our application, actually, the classes depending on the modifier dark, which relate to the class name dark. And now when I get back to my app, suddenly my background changed. It changed to the BG slate 900 and the text white. When I get back, and if I remove my class name up there, and I save, and there we go, we have a white background again, we are on the light mode. Okay, so what we need to do is to create actually somewhere a button to trigger light or dark mode. And this button actually will do what? It will add to our HTML first tag of our application the class name dark. Alright, I've created a header component with a button, and this is the button that will trigger our dark mode. So back in our application, in my component, actually, I've created 3 new files. 2 files icon, which are basically the 2 icons that I will need. So when I will be on the light mode, I will have the moon icon, and when I will be on dark, I will have the sun. Then I have created this header component, and let's take a look at it, because this is a quick function that I created for you in order to trigger your dark mode. So let's have an explication. Here I got the header, okay, and when I click, I'm triggering a function. This function is called switch mode, and switch mode will switch actually the dark mode. So I have created a state which is a boolean on undefined by default, and I'm going to switch actually this boolean value from true to false. However, when I arrive on the application, it's going to be on undefined. All right, so at first it's on undefined, and what I want to do, I want to use effect. Why? Because when I will switch the value of dark mode from true to false, I want to give to my document element there the class dark. Okay, but what I want to do also is to put on my local storage an item. Why? In short, previously if our user put a dark mode, I want to store it, and when I init the application, I want to set back to the dark theme. Okay, so I'm putting this item in the local storage. However, you see that in my use effect based on the dark mode, so when I switch on and off, we see that I got this condition if there is a dark mode or if the dark mode is false. And I got this third condition if the dark mode is on undefined. And this is the trick there. The trick is that when I launch my application, at first, we will never enter into these 2 conditions, because here dark mode will be on undefined. We will enter into the latest condition, which is set dark mode, and I will get the item dark mode if it's on true. Alors here it's a string, because actually in the local storage we can't have boolean, we just have string, so there we go. But here I'm going to say, hey, is there an item in the local storage called dark mode, and is it on true? If there is no item, it will set dark mode on false, so we won't change our theme. However, it will set it to true. And here you see that I don't get any JavaScript written with window, document, document element, class list, remove. Why? Because remember, our use effect is based on dark mode. And if I switch dark mode inside this use effect, it will trigger again my use effect. So here, if I got false or if I got true, the value here is going to change, and I will enter again into the use effect, and this time I will enter only in these 2 conditions. All right, and in these 2 conditions, if it's true, it's going to turn to dark. If it's false, it's going to turn to false. Okay, so let's have a try there. I'm going to open my console, and we see that I already got dark mode on false. If I click, it pass on true. If I click again, it pass on false, etc., etc. Now I'm staying on dark, and I'm going to update my application, and magic, we stay on dark. But there's a last thing you need to do if you want this to work. Back in the layout, in your class name, what you need to do is to say to your application, hey, check if on the local storage there is a dark mode. If there is one, put it on true, otherwise put it on light. Why? Because when you create your header and you put it here, on the top of your children, the time the application is going to read from the top to the bottom, it will be on light. So you will have a side effect. It will be first on light, then on dark. And we don't want that. We want to check at first if there is an item called dark mode. All right? So as you see, it's perfectly working. And it's amazing because it gives a real good effect to our application. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you really enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe and see you soon.